Oh yeah, la 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 la. We are school principals, secondary school principals of the Caribbean. United we strong, the Association of Caribbean Principals, visionary leaders. Together we are one, linked by crystal waters, the Caribbean Sea, bound by our history. One purpose we seek, to educate our children smart, inspire them to do what's right. Chart a course that's like the way, build a dream, don't let them stray. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. La la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Oh yeah, la 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 la. We are school principals, secondary school principals of the Caribbean. United we are strong, the Association of Caribbean Principals, visionary leaders. Together we are one. We building bridges, intellectual causeways, one Caribbean body, leading the way, to educate our children smart, inspire them to do what's right. Chart a course that's light the way, build a dream, don't let them stray. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. The Association of Caribbean School Principals. Yes, principals, secondary school leaders. We growing people, we a wave of inspiration. We motivated, we stop the youth imagination. We synergizing, our skills are force our actions. Educated,
Recording in progress.
the youth of our Caribbean nation. Yes, we are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. Yes, we are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Oh yeah, la 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 la. We are school principals, secondary school principals of the Caribbean. United we are strong, the Association of Caribbean Principals, visionary leaders. Together we are one, linked by crystal waters, the Caribbean Sea, bound by our history. purpose we seek to educate our children smart, inspire them to do what's right. Chart a course that's like the way, build a dream, don't let them stray. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. La la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Oh yeah, la 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 la. We are school principals, secondary school principals of the Caribbean. United we are strong, the Association of Caribbean Principals, visionary leaders, together we are one. We building bridges, intellectual causeways, one Caribbean body, leading the way to educate our children smart, inspire them to do what's right. Chart a course that's light the way, build a dream, don't let them stray. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. Association of Caribbean School Principals. Yes, principals, secondary school leaders. We growing people, we a wave of inspiration. We motivated, of the youth imagination. We synergizing our skills, our thoughts, our actions. Educating the youth of our Caribbean nation. Yes, we are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. Yes, we are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. We are
Dr. Sudhir, you're muted, you know this.
No, I'm not. I am actually
Okay, I'm hearing you now. Thank you. Then either. Yeah.
pleasant good morning It is my pleasure to warmly welcome this morning Mr. Donald Baldev Singh. He's our first presenter. Mr. Donald Baldev Singh is an energy specialist and a social entrepreneur. He's the founder of the Enman Group and the Carbon Zero Initiative of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Baldev Singh led the transformation of Petrotrin into a profitable, socially focused national company during his tenure as chairman. He served on the Industry Advisory Board to the American Society of Mechanical Engineering for 10 years. Mr. Baldev Singh holds both BSc and MSc degrees in electrical engineering from the University of the West Indies. It is indeed an honor and privilege this morning to present to you this esteemed gentleman, Mr. Donald Baldev Singh. Mr. Baldev Singh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukhdev. It's a great pleasure to be here and once again to support the girls in ICT and boys who support them. I've been since, I think, and it's always a great pleasure to see all the work that you are doing. And I always say to Mr. Ramdas, when I grow up, I want to be like you. Now, in preparing for today, I found my inspiration literally as the writing on the wall. And the wall was in a large shopping mall when I was walking past, and I saw this artwork that said, "Do something today that your future self will thank you for tomorrow." And it gave me some thought because I know we're talking to young people, and I want to impress a few things on you if I can. The years will go very quickly by, and there will be a time when your future self will be saying, "What did you do back then?" And you will have to explain to yourself why you got to where you are. And I hope that you will be in a great position serving humanity and be able to say, way back in 2024, I took some decisions. I froze my values and I established what they were. And I said I wanted to be a particular kind of person. Not just so much what the career that I wanted to have, but how I wanted to live my life. I think that it is more important at this stage because many times you find that if you select a career path now, you might want to change it later on. However, if you select how you want to live your life, what you want to do to contribute to humanity, those things you don't have to change. So do something today that my future self will thank me for tomorrow. I thought about a saying that's attributed to the great Chinese philosopher Confucius, who said, if you plan for 1 year, plant rice. If you plan for 10 years, plant trees. But if you plan for 100 years, educate children. This is one of the things that I adopted. And we at CZIT, the Carbon Zero Institute of Trinidad and Tobago, we've been spending a lot of time supporting young people. I'll spend a couple of minutes talking about some of this. Well, we started working with secondary school students, and we started in climate-friendly projects like tree planting and reducing our carbon footprint. And then when the COVID pandemic hit, what we did then is we started to create teaching videos. And we put 500 teaching videos online for free. And it's been used by more than 10,000 students across the Caribbean. Please use our e-learning platform. It's built on education for sustainable development. And it's there, and we have all this material there for you at no cost, for you to be better prepared for your life going into exams and beyond their exams. CZ has also been involved with a very nice project that's related to ICT that I want to tell you about. We got involved with carbon sequestration and something called climate smart agriculture. Why did we go into that? Well, we have a big problem. We have to feed you people for many years to come, and the Earth's resources are getting smaller and smaller in relation to how our population is growing. We have to be focused on how we produce food. At the same time, we have a major challenge, which is reducing carbon emissions and reducing the impact of climate change. How can we combine the two? Well, climate smart agriculture is the way. And in this model, we minimize the impact that agriculture has on the environment, maximize the food production, and positively contribute to absorbing carbon from the atmosphere in our agricultural projects. These are available for young people, and the YAP program in Trinidad is using us to do the training for the young graduates in agriculture. But here's the ICT part. We went to the latest technology in artificial intelligence, and we are developing an advisory app for farmers, especially young farmers who don't have a lot of experience in food production. You will have this app in your pocket on your smartphone, advising you about your particular farm and your situation there. And you say, look, I am seeing my leaves are growing, getting yellow, and the app uses AI to say, we have seen that the rainfall is low in your area. You need to get into some kind of drip irrigation and water your plants in this schedule, and it will advise you. Now, it's groundbreaking what we're doing, and we want to inspire you all to look at it, get involved if you'd like to, because we're very open about this. And I'll tell you something why I'm thanking my former self for this. It is because more than 30 years ago, when I was doing my master's in electrical engineering at UWI, I chose as my special project artificial intelligence. Nobody knew about this in those days. I'm thanking my former self for having the foresight to get into artificial intelligence 32 years ago, and now finding ways to apply it to support humanity in the important area of food production and carbon removal. So look up CZ, czitt.com, and get involved with us if you'd like. We will set up student projects in artificial intelligence that contributes to this goal of food production through advising farmers of the best advice, of the best actions they can take. We're looking at a number of groundbreaking projects at CZ, and they all combine the latest technology into solving practical problems. We also have, we are about to launch something called the CZ Living Lab. And this is going to be in Port of Spain at Chagaramas, at a place called the Arboretum. Find us online because you could contribute online to this Living Lab. And in this Living Lab, we will experiment with ways that we could improve food production and carbon sequestration. And we will collect data through an app that we are about to launch in the next couple of weeks that I invite you to download and use it to report on climate events and report on opportunities for agriculture and food production. There's a lot happening in the tech world, as you know, but it's not limited to toys. It's actually opening up new avenues to solve practical problems. Contact us at CZ. Keep looking for your future self to thank you for what you are doing today. And I tell you, those years are going to go by really quickly. And you're going to say, what happened? And I hope this story is going to be a good one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sukhdev.
Do something today that my future self will thank me for. That is a real message for youth today, sir. So I really want to express our deepest thanks to you for taking the time, and clearly it's from a busy schedule, to share this motivational and inspirational message to our youth. So I would really like to thank you at this point for this message. So thanks again.
You're very welcome. All the best for the rest of the program.
Thanks, sir.
Good morning, everyone. So I am Ryan.
Good morning, Mr. West. A warm welcome to you. Okay. Good morning again, Mr. West. A warm welcome. A warm welcome to you to this session today. Folks, I would like to introduce you all today, Mr. Ryan West. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure and a privilege to introduce to you this morning Mr. Ryan West. Mr. West is the director and instructor of Automation Technology College, ATC. He graduated from Naprima College and the University of the West Indies. Mr. West is an experienced and prominent individual in the energy industry, being affiliated with companies like ICT, Talk, and internationally in Antigua and London. Mr. West plays a key role in growing ATC by assessing companies' training needs and creating customized programs. Mr. West is a social activist, actively aiding remote areas and teaching new age skills like Google applications, vertical agriculture, and solar panel technology in Trinidad. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to introduce to you today Mr. Ryan West. Mr. West? Mr. West, we just need you to unmute your mic so that we will hear you. Mr. West, please unmute your mic. Folks, we are having a little tech issue with Mr. West, so just give us a few moments so that we could get him back and he could present his inspirational message in this field for you. I hope that while we're waiting, we enjoy the rest of the day, and all our participants from the various schools, you all stay on and really benefit from the sessions that we are having this morning. A lot of effort has gone into this session, and we really hope that you enjoy. So stay on while we sort out our tech issue this morning. Good morning again, fellow participants. This morning, a warm welcome again to Mr. West. We have sorted out our tech issues, and I'm going to let Mr. West take over the floor at this point in time. Mr. West?
Yes, thank you so much for having me today. You know, I've always seen situations like this on TV and stuff, and I never thought it would happen to me. So apologies, everyone, for the wait. Okay, so from my bio, you would have seen that I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, and I work with this school called Automation Technology College. We are basically a technical school, and what we do technical training. So if you're interested in doing anything like in a mechanical field, electrical field, or so on, we have different types of courses which you can come to. We were founded in 1997, and we specialize mainly in the energy industry. So you would see most of our students working in locations like the pictures that you see there, either offshore on an oil rig or something like that. But we also offer courses like plumbing, air conditioning, electrician skills as well.
Hi, Mr. West.
Yes.
Yes, right. If I could disturb you one quick second, but I'm not seeing a share screen. You want to just share it back with us, please? Your share screen. Thanks much.
Sure. You may have to help me with this. I'm not.
Just click the share screen button at the bottom of your screen and then select your screen. So there's a green button, share screen.
Okay.
Are you seeing the green? Right. Coming on. That's excellent. So, okay, great. So we can see your screen now. Yeah. So you can go into slideshow and take.
Okay. All right. So basically, we are focused mainly on the energy industry. And as I was saying, we were formed in 1997, and most of our people work in the technical fields and offshore places like what you're seeing in the picture across it. Now, when you are looking at, after you finish your Form 5 exams, you may be thinking, okay, do I stay with the school that I'm with, or should I move on to a university or a private institution or so on? If you are moving on from your school, what you should always consider are the awarding bodies that the institution is affiliated with. So in Trinidad, for example, we tend to have to be affiliated with both the Ministry of Education and the Accreditation Council. In terms of courses we offer, we are partnered with these English institutions, City and Guilds, NABOSH, and ILM. Why we do that is because many of our students have to work outside of Trinidad, and it makes it easier in terms of getting visas by doing an international qualification. So if you are looking at working away or outside of your country, this is something to consider. Now, many people might have said they may not have heard of ATC, but many companies know us, and these are some of our clients. Maybe your parents might have worked for one of these companies. But you could always Google us, Automation Technology College, and you'd see many of our clients that we have worked for. So as a school, we always wanted to give back. And we were fortunate to be a part of the Shell STEM program many years ago. In our field, we were just, in the energy industry, going to companies and so on. And thanks to being affiliated with Shell, we were able to go into communities and meet with people and teenagers. And that made us think, okay, maybe we could do more of these kind of programs. Not having a background in it, what we decided to do is collaborate with those who have the knowledge. So we worked with government, Ministry of National Security, and other local and international NGOs as well. Before that, though, we started doing some smaller things first. So on the left side here, you see we took some youths from a disadvantaged community in Port of Spain. We took them to the rivers and allowed them to bathe and stuff. And then we taught them about conservation, not littering. And we actually collected a lot of rubbish there. On the right side, what we did across here, we took some youths from a police youth club and we introduced them to marine technician. So being able to fix engine boats and so on. And this is what this was about here. Not to mention the best part of the day was getting rides on speedboats. So at ATC, we're always trying to see, how we can make a difference. Across here, we taught things like vertical agriculture to a school way on the East Coast, near Mayaro. And during COVID, when schools were locked down, we thought, okay, how else can we make a difference? So we used the school van to make deliveries. And this was at a time when only essential transport was supposed to be on the roads. So basically, police could have locked us up for, doing some of these good deeds by transportation of goods. So we worked with a local organization delivering goods in this picture. And then across it, we worked on a a migrant association helping Venezuelans on the South Coast. So after that now, the government kind of freed up schools a little bit to allow training to occur. And what we did was that we decided to work with an NGO that works with deportees, and we worked with the Ministry of National Security to offer courses in computers. In 2022, a lot of people were talking about data science and data collection. So AI, artificial intelligence, was not really around as yet. So we decided, let us help people at least becoming digital literate by offering courses with Google applications. We chose Google applications because the good thing about it is that if you were to lose your computer or you forgot your tablet or something like that, all you have to do is to log into any computer online and you are able to pull up the information that is needed, okay? And it is free as well, so bonus for using that. And we decided to go into communities working with deportees, ex-gang members, parolees, all those kind of things, teaching these types of skills. We also work with migrants. So here it is, they were showing us some of their carvings where they took local trees and they made these different types of handicraft to be able to sell to people. This was an example of the huts that they built in the northern range overlooking one of the towns, Arima. And we also taught more vertical agriculture. And across here, we have a picture of one of the graduating classes. Now, as always, we're trying to think, okay, what else can we do differently? So we decided to make an effort to introduce more women to technical programs. The picture on the left shows we were in one of the roughest areas of Port of Spain, an area called George Street. And we had mainly women, as you can see, come to our introduction to solar panel course. Most of these women were either unemployed or they just sold food for a living. And they were so happy that they were able to hook up these solar panels and produce light for lamps to work or to turn a fan. We also, of course, work with migrants as well. So we try to balance it off, locals and migrants. So these migrants were fortunate. They also got trained in how to become an electrician. Once again, ATC is always trying to figure out another way of trying to see how we could help our community. So this was about 2 months ago. This family were living in a old an abandoned cane field near a swamp. And for them to charge their phones and so on, they would have to walk miles out of that area to be able to charge their phones. And you could see how difficult it was to reach them. Look at how high the grass is compared to the school van. Okay, so we were able to donate and install a system for them. And now they are able to have their bedrooms lit up at night, as well as they can charge their phone, their tablet, and this device even had a radio as well, a Bluetooth radio. So now they didn't have to waste precious phone energy or battery energy trying to listen to music and so on. So I know most of you all might be involved in computer technology and so on, but we have been trying to push solar technology for the last few years, and this is one of the main reasons why. If you look at this graph, in 2011, the price has dropped significantly to making solar much more affordable for most people now. Hand in hand with solar, you also have to think about electrical vehicles. So in Trinidad, you've seen a big jump, over 500% last year in the amount of vehicles bought. And this is thanks to the government reducing taxes on these vehicles. So from now on, so try and think solar and electrical. How can I get them together? I'll show that shortly. Now, as today's session is geared mainly towards women, I had to bring up this lady here, Miss Lauren Peters. She has her own company called Nuance Solar, and she does projects all over Trinidad and Tobago. Some of the projects could be as small as dealing with a house, and some of them are large as putting up solar installations offshore on oil rigs. So she really has a very impressive company. If you do get a chance, please Google her, Nuance Solar or Lauren Peters. Now, the first picture on the left side here is Miss Peters visiting a plant in Jamaica. When you become educated, you can never have enough education, and you should always try to expose yourself to more things as much as possible. And this is what she was doing, right? Trying to see some of the better installations that the Caribbean has out there to see possibly what could be brought to Trinidad. This is her and her team doing an installation on a roof. And this is what she would spend most of her time doing with her company. Why I also admire Ms. Peters is that she makes the time as well to give back to society. So she has a regular primary school program where she goes to different schools, teaching students the basics of solar. She also teaches as well the use of solar in agriculture. So this is a basic solar setup that is being used to power the pumps in this hydroponic system. Now, if you ask most people about solar, if you think it's something that they would get into, you get two very distinct answers. Some people will say it's very easy, or other people think it's very hard, right? Now, the people who think it's easy, some of them think it's as easy as just buying a solar panel and connecting it to like a wall plug or something like that, and you get solar energy. Doesn't work like that. And for the people who think it's hard or complicated, if you were to look at this diagram here, most solar systems are made up of four main components. You have your panels, you have a computer to regulate the system, a battery to store the energy, and a device called an inverter to convert the energy that is in the battery. So I'll just give a brief explanation as to what this diagram is showing. You're seeing step 1, step 2, step 3. So as part of our free courses, what we do is we show diagrams like this and we allow the participants to hook up the equipment. So those are what the steps are for. But in terms of the operation of the system, it's as simple as this. The solar energy that falls upon this panel is converted into electrical energy. That electrical energy is sent to the battery via this computer or controller. The purpose of this controller is to ensure that the battery does not become overcharged. And the purpose of this inverter now is to allow our household devices to be able to use the energy from the battery. If you try to hook up a TV or a microwave directly to the battery, nothing is going to happen because the battery outputs DC current, but your household devices use AC current. Okay, so this inverter allows that to happen, and that's it. So you could go to a place like PriceSmart that has simple kits like this, and for approximately 200 US, you could have your own solar system in a manner of 3 steps. Okay, so that's why we try to promote how easy and simple solar is. In terms of careers, you have to look at yourself and think, okay, do I want to be in an office or do I like to be outside? If you want to be in an office, being a salesperson would be the ideal thing for you. So you would have to be good at talking to people and as well doing calculations. Let's say somebody has a 1-bedroom house and another person has a 3-bedroom house. The requirements for solar are going to be different because the 3-bedroom house will need more solar panels, more batteries, bigger electrical equipment, etc. So if you are a whiz at maths and science, being a salesperson could be the right career for you. If you are more of an outdoor person, well, then installation of the panels and running the cables might just be the job for you. Okay, so that is another part that you can look at. And after installation of the panels have taken place, they have to be maintained over time. We all live in a period where Sahara dust tends to affect us. So these solar panels, for example, need to be clean. So as simple as just taking a water hose, as you're seeing here, with a brush and just cleaning the panels. However, if you are more intellectually inclined, you could also take part in the maintenance of the electrical systems and also troubleshooting. Over time, you're going to get some problems occurring, right? So if you don't want to be out there in the hot sun, you could be inside working on these electrical issues that may arise from time to time. So therefore, you could say that in terms of solar technology, you have different paths that you could take. If you're an outdoor person, if you're intellectually inclined, if you are looking for simple stuff, different ways that you could take part in. In terms of the technology now in solar, efficiency is very important. Every bit of power that is saved matters. And this is where devices like these come into play. And we, as a school, have started recommending that if you get a solar system, you should try to get a monitor as well too. Take, for example, your television. A lot of people think when you switch off your television at night, that's it, it does not use current. But you would be shocked that a 40-inch TV would use up to 15 watts of power when it is switched off. And the reason why is that you still have electronic circuits that are charged and dependent on electricity. So if you had a solar system, that would be draining power unnecessarily. A microwave with a digital clock, a stove with a digital clock as well, they may use as much as 10 watts of power. Okay, so with a system like this, you are able to monitor it remotely. And what happens is these are clamps or sensors that you put onto different circuits at your facility. So this could be at a home. You could also have larger systems like these at offices and so on. And if you want to be able to monitor the efficiency of all your electrical circuits and just ensure that devices are not using unnecessary current, especially when you have your solar systems, you can use either a tablet or your phone to be able to keep track of these things, right? So this could help you as a facilities manager, for example, right? You have to be able to account for how the energy is being used in a building. This is one way to do it. As a solar person, you want to ensure that that all the electrical energy is not being wasted at night, especially when devices are supposed to be switched off. You can use something like this as well. And this is my dream that you see here. Now, many people think Tesla only makes cars, right? But unknown to most folks, they also make solar panels and they make them in such a nice, sleek manner compared to the bulky panels that we are accustomed to. So this is what you're seeing here. And they also make the rest of the solar equipment. So they have their solar kits that you're seeing here, which has the inverters and so on built in, and the battery setups across it.
Good morning, Mr. West.
Yes.
Thank you for this wonderful information, but we now have to move on to the next session.
Okay, thank you so much. And
thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Good morning. Good morning. It is my pleasure this morning to introduce Dr. Andrea Kane, the Manager of Performance and Engagement at the Ministry of Digital Transformation, leading the We Learn TT Digital Skills Program. She is passionate about empowering undeserved communities through teaching, training, and leadership coaching. She holds a PhD in haptics and biometric security, focusing on software engineering in haptics, biometrics, and computer security and human-computer interaction. She's been an external evaluator with the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago and is experienced in evaluations and research. And she chairs the Research Ethics Committee of the Caribbean Public Health Agency and the treasurer of the Bioethics Society of the English-speaking Caribbean. A wide resume. Welcome, Dr. Kenna. We're giving you a talk on leadership in ICT. You're still muted, Dr. Kenny.
Hi, good morning. I was just bringing up the presentation. So a special good morning to everyone. As Mr. Jackman said, my name is Dr. Andrea Kane, and I'm the Manager of Performance and Engagement at the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And I'm really proud to say that I am a woman in ICT. Before I delve into my presentation, I bring you greetings and warm regards from our Minister, Senator, the Honorable Hasil Bacchus. I'm really happy to be here this morning. Today is all about girls and women in ICT, but we're not forgetting you boys and men who support us. We need to look at some common facts though in terms of ICT. Around 4.6 million people are employed as ICT professionals, and this is a figure from 2022. This marks a drastic increase between 2012 to 2022 of 90%. But when you drill down into the data, we see that in 2021, only 18% of these 4.6 were women. So clearly there is a gap in ICT right now in terms of the field. But it doesn't just stop there. When we look at a labor market survey assessment that was done by our Ministry of Planning and Development here in Trinidad and Tobago, on the ICT sector, it also looked at students graduating from the tertiary institutions with certificates or degrees. And what it showed, come in here, is that 38% more males graduated from general ICT non-energy sector related courses. A startling 110%, that is more than double, males graduated in cybersecurity and related studies, and double the amount, 100% more males in data science and analysis. So we are happy to see our males thriving, really happy about that, but we need to bring the females along. So there's a clear gap. And that is why this session is called Leadership in ICT, because leadership is a mindset, not just a position. So it's a responsibility for all of us. It's about the willingness and ability to create or to invent a desirable future in the face of whatever is happening around us. So the good news is that we get to create the future for our girls and boys in ICT so that they are able to excel and contribute in the digital landscape. And as leaders, we need to build the confidence. Yes, the motivation, but the confidence in our girls to take on the technical related subjects. There are a lot of advances in technology that are waiting for us to just jump in. In our world of ICT, we have exciting careers to explore using digital skills. If you're dreaming of creating your own video games or designing websites, flying drones or protecting computers from hackers or even making apps that everyone could use, then we need to now develop this field and make sure that there's equal opportunity and access to it. ICT is like math and English now. And advancements in ICT, they spread across diverse sectors. So changes in ICT skills are required for the ICT professionals for sure, but even the non-ICT professionals. So the programmers were needed for sure. The cybersecurity analysis and analysts were needed for sure. But hairdressers, you want to be able to mind your data in terms of analyze the customer base, see what their preferences are. Doctors need to look at the new trends that are happening. So every single field is impacted by ICT. Here are some typical advances now in ICT. Imagine stepping into a world where every choice you make is guided by artificial intelligence. AI is impacting our lives in every possible way. But then there's quantum computing, and quantum computing is such a powerful tool that it makes what we're using now look like toys. And of course, we have blockchain. So blockchain, you might have heard of blockchain when you're talking about Bitcoins, but blockchain is more than money. It's about safely and securely sharing information. So connecting different aspects of information. So we could use it in the medical field. We could use it in education, right? And all of these things are there for us. We have different types of careers available right now. You look at things like artificial intelligence specialists, robotics engineer, developers of websites or apps, any kind of development, data scientists, e-commerce specialists, cybersecurity specialists. And all of this starts by us having our girls and boys get access to training and resources to develop their basic digital skills. Again, digital skills is like math and English now, or like reading. It's something that is needed to thrive in today's digital world. I want to tell you, though, about my ministry, the Ministry of Digital Transformation. MDT is committed to gender diversity. More than 63% of the workforce comprises women. Yeah, I said it, 63. Our mandate, a new way to address the end-to-end consumption and delivery of goods and services to customers using appropriate digital technology. So what our ministry is doing to ensure that everyone has equal access to ICT, to promote girls in ICT, and I know that this is being done by other ministries across the region, is providing a three-layered approach. We are looking at the digital government, and that is about connectivity and ensuring that legislation and regulations that are needed to support digital transformation are in place. We look at the digital economy, and that is about providing access to digitalization of processes and creating infrastructure for our developers. So if you look at TTT Live, or TTT for those from Trinidad and Tobago, 7:30 p.m. this week, you would see our developers going through the D-Hub Challenge series, where they are bidding to create solutions for government agencies. Have a look and encourage your students to look to see what is possible in the field of ICT. And then you have where I sit, the digital society. Digital society is about capacity development and access. So you will hear about projects such as TT Wi-Fi, where we bring Wi-Fi to public spaces. An example could be health centers. So people are never without access. Now people are studying online, self-paced. So while you're waiting in clinic, why not do a course online? We have ICT access centers, and it's around Trinidad, soon to be around Tobago, in all communities where they might lack that internet connectivity or have unstable connectivity, or people might not have devices. So these centers provide a safe space with talented staff that waiting and eager to serve, and they would help you in terms of using the device or getting connectivity for your own device. My baby is this, We Learn TT, the Digital Skills Development Program. And we are about, it's a program, so that's like activities as well as projects implemented to upskill citizens in basic and advanced digital skills, foster ICT business startups, because we want to be the people that people come to build systems, to have services, as opposed to us always going out to outsource. We are, and we're seeing it with the Developers Hub, that we are capable. We also offer specialized skills aligned with national goals. And you see two key areas where there's a deep demand is cybersecurity and data science. We do this at no cost to learners. So you see the QR code on the screen. You could take a picture of it for now, or you could scan it one time and go to the site and register once you're a citizen of Trinidad. Now, a key question is, what can we do to ensure that our girls and boys thrive in the digital world? Now, our minister reminds us that the real stars of digital transformation are our young people, because they were born into it. They were born into a world filled with smartphones, the internet, social media. So this generation is not just expected to live in the digital landscape, but thrive in the digital landscape. You see a quote here on the screen. To create a more diverse and inclusive tech world, we need to inspire and empower. So we can't just tell people you should take a course. That's nice, yeah? But we need to give them inspiration. Why take the course? We need to show people that every single thing we do is connected to digital skills now. So the next generation of females, we want to inspire them. We want them to pursue their careers in technology and become innovators, leaders, and entrepreneurs. And in the Developers Hub series that they're showing on TV, 7:30 p.m. TTT Live, you will see that women are there too. And that's very encouraging. Earlier this year, around February, we had a campaign for women in ICT where we were offering ICT courses, and more than 3,000 people applied. Now you don't have to wait for another campaign. The We Learn TT platform is up and running, and you could go there anytime and get yourself registered so we could put you into courses. We have trailblazers here in Trinidad too. So even if we're saying that we need to, people are already doing that. One of my local heroes is Camille Selvons Abraham. She started the animation program here in Trinidad. So she went away, did her studies, and brought it back home. And now we're creating animation, like clips for major movies. You might not even realize that sometimes some of the frames might be created by people right here in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's what we want to do. We want to be advocates for others. We want to not just learn ourselves, but teach others so that we can really transform this society. Again, we need to make a difference. So as leaders, we get to create the future. We get to paint the canvas. We get to write that story. And how do we do that? We can begin by motivating and supporting girls and boys to do well in technology-related subjects. And how do we do things like that? We make sure it's enjoyable, gamification. We make sure that our instructional design is easy, it's key, it's seamless, so that people have fun while learning. We have things like Lego and Spark kits, things that show connectivity and sequence selection, iteration. It shows different parts of programming so that you want people to play and have fun while they learn or start thinking about problem solving and ICT. What we could do is encourage people to make use of ICT access centers and similar resources throughout the Caribbean, because there are programs in place, there are places in place for you to go and learn. So don't let any disadvantage that you might be experiencing stop you from living your dream, because there's always help outside there. Encourage students to join RSC school clubs. I'm here today because RSC started something, a movement, and it's big now. And we want students involved in STEM learning. Because again, the fun things, when you go to one of the RSC displays, you see the fun activities. You could also learn from positive videos at home, tutorials to gain new skills. So I've decided I'm going to become a data scientist, and I'm teaching myself data science, where I might have gone through a PhD in ICT. I am not too old to learn. Learning never stops. For residents of Trinidad and Tobago, participate in our digital transformation We Learn TT platform. The QR code is again on the screen, and you could always scan it and join the program. We encourage you to do it because there are courses at different levels, right? So for those who have basic skills or no skills at all, for those who are ICT professionals and want to develop their skills further, and for those who want to start ICT businesses or expand their ICT businesses, we are there for you. Okay, so I've come to the end of the presentation, and I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank RSC for inviting me to present, and I want to encourage girls and boys to go for your dreams. You could make a big difference in this world. You matter, and your influence matters. The world is waiting for you. ICT skills are at your fingertips. They're always there for you, so just go for it. Thank you.
Want to thank you, Dr. Kenna, for that impassioned presentation. The question that I would ask you, the one question that I would ask you, you outlined the disparity. You've said the things that are being done in Trinidad and across the Caribbean to improve the participation of females in ICT. What would you say is the biggest challenge to it at this point in time?
So the biggest challenge when you see it's not just about employment, it's about graduation rates, it's about getting people to see the fun of ICT. I had a workshop recently with footballers, and I asked them, what was ICT? And they thought it was just programming. So people not aware of the wide field. Robotics, yes, you have gamification, you have data science in terms of just studying data to improve your community, to improve your business. So people are not aware of the vast areas within ICT. And we need to make students from an early age aware of it, so that it could help shape their thinking when they're thinking of careers. So more about knowledge and awareness for our principals, teachers, students, parents, grandparents, bringing people along.
I want to thank you, Dr. Kinnear. Thank you very much for sharing with the young people today.
Thank you.
wonder what's that like. Should I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Nicholas Cumberbatch, President of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. He's an educator and advocate for the deaf community. He holds an MSc in microbiology and is presently a PhD candidate in medical microbiology. He founded the first Caribbean radio program in Canada and coordinated cultural events, and he played key roles in the public health initiatives in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Cumberbatch is accompanied this morning by Mr. Paulson Scarrett, who is a sign language interpreter. So at this time, we listen to Mr. Nicholas Cumberbatch as he presents on the use of ICT in the deaf and hard of hearing community in TNT.
Good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. I want to, well, first of all, I'd like to, of course, introduce again the interpreter, Dr. Paulson Scarrett, who is also a professor at the University of the West Indies and very much involved with deaf studies. Now, as a matter of fact, too, I would like to say special hello to all the students who are in the audience listening, whether it's in Trinidad or throughout the Caribbean. I would like to say a special hello to all the parents, if there are any here, to the teachers, to the administrators. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we are all in this together. Education is all of our business, is a business for all of us. And those of us who have been involved in education over the years, well, not those of us, but I would have to assume most of us, some of us, it has never been just a job for some of us. Education is a serious business. And I would like to implore students to pay careful attention to that. Education is serious business. We have to prepare ourselves for the world, for the life ahead. And it's important for us to provide all of the essential, all the things that are necessary to ensure that someone is successful with their education path. Now, as president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired, and I must say too that I wear other hats, in addition to being somebody who has been an educator, not has been, I was a teacher, and I am always an educator. I take it very seriously. And I would like to say to you that since becoming president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired, I have been fully aware of the challenges of the deaf and the hard of hearing persons in our nation and in our community. And I'm sure that goes true for not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but throughout the Caribbean and internationally. And I think we all have to be aware of these challenges so that we could properly deal with it. You know, sometimes when we have these opportunities to talk, we prepare something, and then something happens during the day that causes us to deviate a bit. And I want to deviate a bit. Because I just want to say that it doesn't matter who we are, how important we think our job is. Sometimes we need to humble ourselves. Humble ourselves to the fact that we have a role to play in education. And whatever it is, whether we be a teacher or an administrator, we have to do whatever we have to do to facilitate the process. Now, I'm saying that to say that administrators, we depend on them to do a lot. And therefore, that's a very serious responsibility. And we ask that they take that responsibility very seriously. Because a lot of times we, as much as we would like to do things, we cannot do it without their blessings or without their support. Now, I would like to thank very much RSC and Raj and his organization for providing opportunities for our community members of our organization to become empowered with the use of technology. I'm saying that because, I reflected on a class that was done yesterday with YTEP in digital literacy learning. And I was amazed at how some of the deaf adult students were so impressed with getting that opportunity, because sometimes these people, they hide in the background. And it is up to us to bring them out and to show our support to them. Because other than that, being humble people that most of them are, they probably stay in their place and they do not make demands. And a lot of times they do not even tell us what their needs are. So I think as people who are leaders in communities, or people who are teachers, or some of us who are even students, maybe you might know a deaf person. Maybe you can help them, because a lot of times they do not come out and ask for help. But if you can help them to steer them in the direction of taking advantage of these opportunities, the opportunities to make better use of their devices, whether it's their phone, it's their tablet, it's their laptop. A lot of times they have these things and they don't really know how to use it properly. So what I'm saying is, if you are able to reach out to help someone who is deaf and hard of hearing, I encourage you to please do that, because we need as many people as possible helping. And I just want to relay something to you. In Trinidad, we have 2 schools for the deaf, Cascade School for the Deaf and Audrey Jeffers School for the Deaf. And it's only recently our education committee got to realize that there were about 4 children who had not been going to school for the whole term. Why? Because the parents could not afford the transportation for them. You understand? Now that sounds very simple. So TAHI as an organization, we had to jump in and see how we could facilitate. So I'm bringing this up to make the point that there are a lot of people who need help. And wherever we could help, however we could help, by providing these training possibilities, these training opportunities, not just providing it, but encouraging them and showing support for them. Whether or not sometimes we might have to lend them a laptop or another device so that they could fully take advantage of the opportunity. So I'm aware that my time is up, but I would like to say to you, to all of you, we are in this together. It's a very serious thing, educating our population, our children. And I want to put a plug for something here. We have just realized that in Trinidad, a lot of infants who are born deaf and maybe hard of hearing do not receive an education in preschool. We have our early childhood education centers that hardly have any deaf or hard of hearing infants. That is a problem, because it means that they do not have an education between birth and maybe about 5 years old. So they're starting off late in life. So that's all the more reason why we have to give them more support. on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired, and with the help of our interpreter, Dr. Paulson, we are coming up with a way to provide an avenue for infants who are born deaf to receive preschool education. We are embarking on a path to try to train teachers in deaf education and the use of sign language. So when we place them in these preschools, parents who live in those areas close by could now have a place to send their preschool child, deaf child, so they don't have to keep them home and hide them away. All that I'm saying is we are in a serious business of education. And whether you're a student listening or here today, you can help. You have a role to help by helping your other students who may be deaf and hard of hearing. As a parent, you can help your infant by not keeping them locked away somewhere, but by taking advantage of opportunities or making sure that people are aware of your existence.
Thank you.
Making sure that opportunities are provided for you. You have a right to equal opportunities. And the use of technology is something that provides an additional opportunity, because
Thank you
now
very much.
somebody could make use of it to better themselves. So I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cumberbatch, for making us aware of how we need to understand that we are all in this together in the hearing impaired community, and the way we should reach out to help as much as we can. Thank you very much for your contribution to education and also to the hearing impaired community. We also want to thank Dr. Paulson Skerrett for his role this morning in being the interpreter, because we know that this is an area that affects all of us, especially the hearing impaired community. And we pray that the information you shared with us we will really put it into practice and help to have more inclusion for the hearing impaired in society. Thanks again very much, Mr. Cumberbatch and Dr. Skerrett.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I have the utmost pleasure of introducing Mr. Darren Doré, digital anthropologist from the Cyber Safe TT Foundation. Good morning, Mr. Doré.
Hi,
Mr. Doré is a digital anthropologist at the Cyber Safe TT Foundation. He's an IT professional with over 20 years of industry experience. He also holds a BSc in Computer Studies and Management and a Master's in Creative Design and Entrepreneurship from UE. He is the founder of Cyber Safe TT Foundation, dedicated to educating on cyber safety, cyberbullying, internet addiction, and social media etiquette. He's actively involved in shaping online safety standards as a member of the Facebook community a Facebook Community Standards Regional Group. He is therefore highly qualified to speak with you today on his particular topic. And I welcome you, Mr. Dore. A pleasure.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, and good morning to everyone that's joining on the call. Today we have a very interesting topic. I would say it is not what I would normally speak about, normally cyberbullying, internet addiction, social media etiquette, but they are all related because the topic at hand is digital threats, addressing the rise of online threats or bomb threats in secondary schools. I think, those of us who are connected here would have been quite well aware of all of the recent infractions that might have been making its way to mainstream media. And I'm saying recent infractions because these have been going on since way before 2024. The earliest indication I have of a reported incident actually came out of Guyana, where a student was, made a bomb threat towards the University of Guyana, and that is in 2019. And since then, we've had, a reoccurrence of that, particularly in Trinidad and Tobago. And also, I have seen a couple incidents in Jamaica. And again, these are ones that have been reported and made its way to mainstream media. I'm not saying that, other countries within our region haven't had such. Most recently, we would have had an issue in March of this year where 49 schools in the Southeastern District had to be evacuated because of a bomb threat. And I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, a Barrackpore school received a death threat towards an administrator, I believe it was the principal. And that threat also indicated that, schools in the neighboring areas would have been impacted and affected as well. So it's quite disruptive. It is a major issue. In November of 2023, the bomb threat in schools in Jamaica actually disrupted 74 schools. So I think we need to look at, the ease in which, these bomb threats are coming in and the lack of addressing the situation, which is why it may continue to happen. And the ease of which it comes in, of course, most recently would have been via email or in some instances, a WhatsApp message. And I think that's where, we have to be particularly wary of. So in terms of the repercussions, of course, we have loss of time, loss of man hours, but little do we actually put a cost to those values. And it does actually cost, even though it's a school, it costs us to run the organization, to evacuate the organization, to get things in place. If, for example, we have to get protective services, fire services, bomb squads to come and review the school, the area, there's a cost associated with that. There's a human cost, there's a financial cost, even though the schools themselves may not have to be any cost, but there is some finance that's expended there. And then, of course, you have the reputational damage of all the institutions involved. And let's not forget what I believe is one of the more important factors, the mental health impact of such an activity. Because you have the students and, of course, the administrators and teachers who are not going to be able to give you 100% when they get back into the organization, whether it's the same day or the day after, because you're going to have at the top of your mind the possibility of this threat happening. Now, many times, it says that these have been a hoax or students playing tricks. But given the nature of it, given the potential serious nature of what could happen, you have to treat it as a reality, as a possibility. And I think that is where, we need to put certain things in place to address the situation to reduce it from happening going forward. And we'll kind of speak about that in a little bit. But coupled with the repercussions, it's not just the school that's going to feel the impact. I recall I think it was April 2023, when there was a series of threats delivered to schools in South Trinidad, particularly in the city of San Fernando. And these schools had to be evacuated. It was close to, I believe, midday. And what rose out of that is the lack of a disaster preparedness plan for mass evacuations in a city center. So, you'll now have organizations such as the City Corporation who will need to put things in place to maybe set up one-way traffic to get, individuals and folks moving quickly out of the organization. Not all of our schools have easy access in and out. It might be the same, entrance and exit way. So that would definitely create a bottleneck if you have mass exits around that particular time. And we know, at least in Trinidad and in the city of San Fernando, I'm sure it happens in many other city areas as well. There are many schools that are close to one another. And if they all have to be evacuated at the same time, it could be quite disastrous. Let's think in the absolute worst case scenario where, there is an actual threat. There is a device that was found. And you can't have a lot of people in the same area. So you'll have to evacuate not just the schools, but in neighboring businesses. So they will also have disruptions. There was an incident at another school, a secondary school in San Fernando, and it was in the city center again. And there were neighboring businesses that had to also evacuate because of the threat. They were so close to the school. There was not, no spacing between the schools and those businesses. So there are a lot of repercussions, a lot of loss in time, loss in man hours, and so on. In terms of addressing these situations, the first course of action, of course, would be to look at the related laws and regulations. And I think this is where we need a lot of immediate work because the laws are dated. I believe some of them might have been revised as of 2004. And we still have, things like the cybercrime bill, which is still in draft mode and hasn't been published. But if you look at, from Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, the Anti-Terrorism Act or the Offences Against the Persons Act, they do not directly speak about threats coming in digitally or electronically via electronic mail, email, or any of those cases. So you have to sort of interpret, and this makes it difficult to act on it in some cases. Even though I know that we've had some lawyers that would have done a pretty good job in interpreting the Offences Against the Persons Act to address cases like cyberbullying, and reputational damage and so on. But we might still, be at the behest of the act and the limitations of the act, I should say, when it comes to online threats. Something that I found quite interesting, the Computer Misuse Act. One would think that, you could search for the word email or electronic mail in the act, and it doesn't have it. That's because maybe, it was written at a time when those things didn't need to be included. So we do have the need for a revised approach to many of these legislations to deal with the current threats or the new landscape that we have. Now, let's take, for example, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel here, US legislation. They have stated in one of their firearm and explosive bills and acts, if you make a false bomb threat, it is a federal offense. That's what they refer to it, and it's punishable under a particular code in the United States. That includes 10 years in prison, a 250,000 US fine. It could be either one or both of those. So you can see very well that they're taking it seriously. And by the way, that penalty also applies to juvenile offenders. Right. So, we often tend to say, well, if you're under the age of 18, you may not be susceptible to some of these, laws. But the US legislation specifically stated that it was also applicable to juvenile offenders. So I think we need to be a bit more specific and direct with respect to the legislation. Now, in terms of addressing it, and I think that's really what, many of us would want to hear from this session today. Because we all know that the threats are there. We know maybe that the laws are not adequate enough. But let's look at some of the approaches to begin to mitigate the situation. Now, statistics have shown, and this would have been statistics that have been pulled from the United States as well as from the United Kingdom, during cases where you have an issue of a threat, whether it's a bomb threat or whatever it is, 75% of the time, the person making a threat would have shared this information with a peer. So let's put it in perspective. You have a student who might be thinking about, sending an email, whether it is maliciously, mischievously, just to cause some sort of disruption. 75% of the time, they may have shared that information with one of their schoolmates, or maybe a sibling, who knows, or maybe a parent, and the parent probably just didn't take it on, right? But they're saying that at least 75% of the time, someone else is aware. What does that mean? It means that when we are trying to do our interrogation, the person may not be in the school, but there may be someone else in the organization, in the school, in the class that may have been, wary of what was going to happen or cognizant of the fact. So they need to understand that, listen, you need to come forth with the information. And I think they need to understand the consequences of it as well. And not just from a legal perspective. If it is that the matter doesn't go to court, but we found that it's more mischievous, what you will find is that, and if you do a Google search, bomb threats Trinidad, bomb threats Barbados, bomb threats in the Caribbean, you will see a lot of search results come up in Google. Some will have the school name, some will have a student name, unfortunately, but some will have identifiable information. Good. What that does is impacts now the digital footprint of your organization as well as the individual. So you may have a student who might be going through a rough time. They may not be doing so well academically, and in their minds, they may believe, hey, let me just send an email with a bomb threat. I can use one of these temporary email accounts that deletes after a while, so no one will catch me, or at least that's what they believe. And I'm going to send this out, and hopefully I won't have school and have to miss the exam. And we might want to believe to ourselves that that's the genesis of most of these bomb threats. Some could be a little bit more serious. But in doing so, if the person is caught and information is shared online, then it impacts on their digital footprint. What does that mean? It means that whenever someone actually searches for them, let's say a future employer or a university prospect searches for them online, that could definitely be something that comes up. And that's going to have a detrimental effect on that individual from being accepted into university or even employed. If it is that it was found that they were associated with a bomb threat, whether it's a real one or not. Now, at the school's perspective, and this could also happen at other organizations, what you can actually do is set up some sort of warning systems or internet content filtering systems. So you have two cases where email threats coming into the school might not be read immediately. So I know of an instance where a school may only have the time to look at their email once in the morning, maybe at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon. And if a threat comes in at 9, 10 o'clock and they're not looking at it, depending on the severity of it, it could be quite detrimental. So there are content filtering software that can be employed on the school networks level that would flag a particular content that might come in, whether it is via an email or any other type of communication message. And this could send a text message to a school administrator. It can highlight the message. It can make a noise, something to create this warning. What you can also do as well is set up content filtering at the school network level. So again, remember, if it is that these students have been mischievous, some of them, in their wisdom, might decide to write the threat while they're in school. And if you find that, they're typing in certain keywords within the organization, those keywords could be filtered and flagged, and you can even quickly identify, maybe which computer or which device it came from, and that could probably help in an investigation. So you could flag contents, from within the school network or content that comes to the school. And of course, the various cybercrime units and various police investigative services would have the necessary software to sort of look at an email, look at what is referred to as the email header, and maybe get some information in terms of pinpointing. But I'll let you know, technology favors, the positive side as well as the negative side. So, an inquisitive student can actually use technology in a very subtle and masking way so that, you can actually hide where you actually send this email from. In the end, however, I think the best approach to dealing with this would be awareness training, right? And students and any other potential infractions should be made to understand that the internet cannot and should not be used as a conduit for criminal activity, because it's ubiquitous in terms of, we have access to the internet. We don't think nothing of it. So it's nothing for us to send an email or a text, but we don't understand the repercussions, right? These things can be traced, and students can easily, be found when it comes to tracing IP addresses and so on. So if they're not doing enough diligence, they can end up in some serious hot water going forward. Cyber safety does have, we've developed a cyberbullying disciplinary matrix, which you can find on our website. And in it, it actually speaks about different types of, infractions and how they can be treated. And depending on the severity of it, you may need to get the police service involved, the Ministry of Education involved. It could even lead to expulsion. So we look at, making the student aware of if it is that they engage in certain type of activities, you can be expelled, you can, be removed from school. It could be even as worse as, even having to go to some sort of juvenile facility. So in terms of approaching, just to recap, looking at content filtering within the school network so that messages of this nature comes in quickly, flagging content for if someone types something within the organization or the school network that, it again raises a flag, so the matter could be addressed quickly. I would personally not necessarily want to have that, employed at the home level because it could infringe on privacy and so on. But if it is that, the home realizes that, we may have an issue to deal with a child, then content filtering can also be applied there as well. Of course, we need to look at updating our laws and regulations so that there is no doubt when it comes to, addressing the situation if in case a perpetrator is found, similar to what the US legislation has stated. And look at all of the repercussions. It's not something that should be taken lightly. And whilst it might have a negative impact on the individual, I think whereas we have articles that speak about the threats, we also need to have newspaper articles that speak about those who have been caught and what has happened to them so that, it can be referred to and folks can definitely, be aware that, hey, this is not something that we could just easily get away with. So, I think that sort of wraps up the summary of the conversation. Ms. Charles, I don't know if there is a particular item also that you wanted to raise, if there's something that we didn't speak on, or if maybe anyone may have had any questions as it pertains to the topic at hand.
I just thought it was fascinating. It was something that we had not thought about, at least I had not thought about, the idea of the footprint of the school of the child being tarnished in, coming out of any investigation, being tarnished, kind of for good. I thought that was something very interesting. I don't know if anybody has any questions for you.
Sure. Yeah. So, and you see the thing with your digital footprint, it happens even at the simplest of levels. So, you go on social media and you make a claim, you state something. You as the individual might decide, hey, I'm going to delete it, but someone else might screenshot it and share it, and you really have no control of it at that point in time. So your digital footprint could have that far-reaching repercussions, especially if you're looking at employment and so on, or university acceptance going down the road.
Very interesting. Mr. Dore, there are not being any questions forthcoming. I just want to thank you for a really very wide-ranging presentation on a topic that has been with us, but I don't know that we have thought so deeply about the far-reaching repercussions. Thank you so much, and thank you very much for your presentation and your time. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Happy to be here.
Good morning again. I have with me Ms. Stephanie Ginos, the owner of Stephanie Ginos Consulting LLC. She is a DEI consultant with 20 years experience in inclusive leadership and transformation strategies, specializes in driving cultural change, inclusive recruitment and policy development. She's led DEI initiatives at Ernst & Young, resulting in increased diverse talent acquisition, promotes diversity at NBC Universal through programs like the IT monitoring program, and certified Six Sigma Green Belt, and an active member of various DEI affiliated boards, advancing diversity in technology leadership. Here to speak to you about diversity in technology leadership, Ms. Stephanie Ginos. You're still muted.
Here we are. Yes? Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes, we have you now.
Okay, great. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm very excited to be here. As a woman who's been in technology for 40 plus years, and then also part-time in doing DEI work and now full-time doing DEI work, diversity, equity, and inclusion work, it's really important to talk about the fact that confidence is something that, and knowing your personal brand is something that's really, really important to understand to create opportunities for yourself. Now, the thing that I can honestly say, I grew up in a lower middle class family. None of my family members went to college or any other education after high school. And so my road to becoming an executive at some Fortune 500 companies and doing the work that I wanted to do was in recognizing the gifts that I had to deploy. And what I mean by that, that sounds a little strange, right? Gifts. But the reality is we all, based on our individual experiences, the way in which we were brought up, the environments in which we live, all come to shape us like a river rock, right? The river runs over you, but you get shaped differently by your experiences. And as such, we all have a unique personal brand that we're bringing to the table each and every day. Now, confidence really equates to thinking about yourself in ways that are kind, right? Oftentimes, regardless whether you're a student in high school or a college student or a professional that's been in your company for many years, the reality is that we all at times have crisis of confidence for many different reasons. And so as we embark on phases of our lives, it's really important to understand that having those crises of confidence is something that's quite natural, but it's also something that we have to do a bit of work to combat. Now, when I say this, I come from a place of really having experiences and success in business that I only categorized as luck. I never really categorized as something that, you know, I had a hand in. I always gave kudos to others. I never owned my own power in relationship to feeling comfortable in my own skin. And part of the things I've learned over my career is imposter syndrome is something that exists and needs to be really combated fairly regularly for me. Anyway, I don't want to generalize, but I suspect many of you have felt experiences where you don't feel comfortable being in the same room as other people. You got great grades and you consider that to be luck. You credit external factors for the things that have created success for yourself. And oftentimes we're perfectionists. We expect the absolute best, and when things don't work out 100% correctly. We always can experience this self-doubt that we're not good enough. We don't belong in a position of power. And particularly being a woman who came up in technology at a time in which there were very little amounts of women in technology. The things that I've learned over the course of my career that really has helped me is, even though I do not have a college degree, I have lived experiences that are different. And the value proposition, as I said before, is that we all come from different places, but diversity of experiences, not necessarily skin color or ethnicity or race, but diversity plays a part in the fact that our personal brands are different from one another. You may be an introvert, and there are extroverts that you go to school with that you feel that you have to shrink into the background because people can take up a lot of oxygen in a room. The reality is, when we shrink back and not share who we are and all the gifts that we are coming to the table with, we are really exposing the fact that we're not allowing folks to see the value we're bringing to the table. And we don't necessarily believe that our gifts are special. And I'm here to tell you, our gifts are unique based on the different experiences we're bringing to the table. But what's really, really important when you're trying to combat this feeling of, I'm not good enough, you really have to rewire your thinking and challenge your thought process on the times in which you feel less than. You're different than others. You may have different experiences or lived experiences, economic backgrounds that might prevent you from feeling like you're worthy. And so the thing is, if you don't know who you are first, and basically your personal brand and the things that you're bringing to the table to feel comfortable in your own skin, it's really difficult to stretch yourselves in ways in which you're learning and you might fail. Now, I want you to feel proud about your accomplishments, because regardless of who you are, you need to see your accomplishments as just that and own them. Not give credit to others for the things that you've actually accomplished on your own. And even when you're part of a team, recognizing the fact that your contributions to a team endeavor allows you to be a part of something bigger. But make no mistake about it, you are bringing lots to the table, and you should be proud of those things. The thing is, if we're not deploying the gifts that that we have, we're depriving, whether it's in a school, if you're in a classroom, you're depriving folks from your thoughts. You may not participate fully in class. You may be in a place in which you're quiet. You don't ask questions. And the reality is that journey of self-discovery and the journey of how you get to an end goal is incredibly valuable, even when you fail. Now, there's something to think about. I think that when we think about failure, it is the worst feeling, particularly for perfectionists and people who feel like if they don't 100% hit it out of the park, they don't complete everything exactly as they had intended to, that somehow they failed. And the reality is, if we're not stretching ourselves to fail, if you've not failed, you're perhaps not pushing yourself enough. The journey through failure to recognizing things that you can do differently are right in front of you. And you need to really be thinking about the fact that you have the power to inject ideas, creativity, a different point of view, just based on our differences. lean into your difference, lean into your uniqueness, because those are the things that you can deploy for the betterment of any endeavor that you're looking to. Now, for myself, for a long time, coming from a place in which I felt less than my male colleagues. When I first became an executive, to give you an example of this, I became an executive, unfortunately, not through my striving to get there. It wound up being something that somebody had seen in myself, and not, and I was what I would call, I was not self-aware to know or think that I was worthy of becoming an executive. So when that experience happened for me, even though it happened, I felt great about it. I didn't necessarily show up authentically because I was always feeling less than in the room, even though I was an executive too. I had 4 colleagues who were men who led different factions within IT for NBC Universal, and I owned global operations at the time. And I can tell you, oftentimes they were A-type personalities and very outgoing. And because I was still struggling with imposter syndrome, like, how did I get this job to be an executive? I didn't recognize that I had something to share that was different. And I didn't value it equally than my male colleagues, who certainly had more confidence about who they were and what they were bringing to the table. They would spar oftentimes, and I would shrink back in the background because that's not natural for me to lean into conflict. But the one thing that I learned over the course of time, and only through trial and error, is that I had something valuable to say. And although it was different and my point of view was completely different from my colleagues, it rounded out the fact that as 5 senior leaders within the NBC Universal Technology Organization, together we created this leadership team that was unstoppable. And I didn't recognize myself as an equal for many, many months as I became more confident in myself and the value proposition I was bringing. Now, it's oftentimes you have to trial and error certain things, and recognizing the fact that your gifts are different than others. I may not be the most outspoken person in the room, but I am always evaluating what's going on in a room and being able to bring up alternative points of view. And I can also play devil's advocate oftentimes, and that's a value proposition, to actually speak for folks who perhaps aren't heard in a room, or points of view that aren't popular. And so what I'd like to say is, as you start thinking about yourself, there are many times that you're going to feel less than. Perhaps you don't belong here. I got that grade because I was lucky. I guessed right. And the reality is, oftentimes that's just not correct. We have this negative inner monologue that's telling us stories about why we can't do something, rather than experiencing things that allow us to broaden our horizons. We shrink in the back of the room. We may be in a room full of people or going into a meeting, and we want to sit as far away as possible from the front of the room because we don't want to take up much space, because we don't necessarily want to be seen. But the reality is, without stretching yourselves outside of your comfort zone and really exploring the fact that the words that you say, your experiences, although different, are equal, and oftentimes a point of view that is absolutely needed in any given situation. So the thing is, for me, imposter syndrome and lack of confidence comes up at different times in your career and in your life. For myself, I've moved out of a corporate job and started a company, and I at times am feeling as an imposter. Who am I to start a business? But the reality is, I have things to share that others would find valuable, that if I can help someone overcome something that I experienced, or help folks find a different lens to view something, there's a value proposition there that is extraordinarily equally as important as other voices. So feel proud of your accomplishments, no matter how small they are, and find joy in the fact that your lived experience is incredibly valuable. It helps you see things through a lens that may not be explored in a room full of people. It may allow you, in thinking about the things that cause you anxiety or depression, getting in front of that by recognizing and really pulling forward the things that you've had that have been successful. So when you're feeling those feelings of I'm less than, recognizing the fact that you are worthy, you have something to say that others would be lucky to hear, and showing up authentically as yourself. Don't try to be someone else. Don't try to mimic others. Be authentically you, because there's only one you, and your perspective is sorely needed. Now, the things that you can do to kick imposter syndrome to the curb is acknowledging and releasing the feelings of less than. So it's okay to feel that way, but really when you are feeling those feelings of doubt, really acknowledge those feelings, but really search for within yourself all the things that are positive about yourself and release those negative feelings. They're not doing you any good. And recognizing the fact that reframing those negative thoughts into thoughts of, why can't I? Why shouldn't I? Rather than I couldn't, is incredibly empowering. And finding your power through those moments is an incredible gift that you're sharing with the world. Celebrating wins also are something that you should be thinking about, because if you've passed a test, for example, and you've studied really hard, you should celebrate the fact, not think about, oh my gosh, I only got a 95, I should have gotten 100, because celebrate the fact that you worked really hard and you accomplished a goal. And also, when you're feeling exposed, when you're feeling frightened, those are the times to really look internally into your personal brand and all those gifts that you're bringing forward, all the wonderful pieces of yourself that if you were able to share, how much better or more creative could a group of people be in an endeavor when you're sharing. So to finish, I guess, this thread here is, particularly when you're talking about technology and being a girl or a woman who is striving to find your way, explore the possibilities of the capabilities you're bringing to the table just by your lived experience being different than others. And go forth and strive. Even if you fail, dust yourself off. You've learned something from that experience, and make sure you take a moment to celebrate all the wonderful things that you're bringing to any endeavor. And with that, I want to wish you all a wonderful day. I'm doing another session at 1 o'clock that we're going to explore some of the topics that I've discussed a little bit further, but I really appreciate the time, and I wish you guys a wonderful day.
Stephanie, I want to thank you. Very impressive, very in-depth. You've spoke a lot about the whole syndrome of not feeling that you belong, the imposter syndrome. And it is one thing for it to be gender-based, but for us in the Caribbean, it is also gender and ethnicity. And I want to thank you for what you've shared with our young people. And I would ask you if there was one thing, the one thing from all you've said that you would tell them again, that you would stress for them to do above all else, what would that thing be?
Be brave. Be brave. Even when you feel that you are not worthy of something, be brave enough to really think about yourself in a different frame of mind, that you are worthy, that you are bringing something valuable, and go for it. Don't limit yourself. Don't put yourself in a box. Go forward and strive. Even if you fail, you will have learned something and you'll dust yourself off and you'll be better for it because you failed. You will have learned something that'll stretch your experience even further.
Good. Thank you very much, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Good morning. We are happy to have with us this morning Dr. Freedom Chiteni. He is the editor-in-chief of the Superintendent's Journal and founder of Invent XR. This morning, Dr. Chiteni will be presenting on the topic, Movement Thinking AI, Shaping the Future of Caribbean Girls. Dr. Chiteni is a renowned educator and thought leader in Silicon Valley with influence in education and technology. He is editor-in-chief of the School Superintendent's Journal and CEO of Invent XR. He chairs the United Nations Green Jobs for Rural Youth Steering Committee and serves on governing boards of Biotech Institute, the Rare MVP Charity Foundation, and NALEDI. He is an award-winning entrepreneur known for concepts like movement thinking and designership. He is also the key figure in creating the Moonshots in Education movement, founding the first public school on a corporate campus and pioneering the world's first VR school and self-driving college. It is my pleasure to introduce this morning Dr. Freedom Chiteni.
Well, thank you so much for that very warm welcome. And I am so excited today to be able to talk about the power of movement thinking and how AI or artificial intelligence is shaping the future for Caribbean girls in tech. So our distinguished guests, faculty, and most importantly, the brilliant young women of the Caribbean girls in ICT today. It is my profound honor and excitement that I stand before you today to share some of the insights that I've had since my last visit in the Caribbean last year. I am Afro-Caribbean myself, and the Caribbean has such a huge part of my heart. So my name is Dr. Freedom Chiteni, and I'm from the House of Mandela. And I've had the privilege of being involved with the shaping of our educational ecology and ecosystem right here in Silicon Valley and throughout the world. And it was my privilege to be involved in creating the world's first virtual reality school and its parent organization, the Stanford Research University, which is part of the Stanford University ecosystem right here in Palo Alto, California. So Research University, which you can check out at research.university, is internationally recognized as a powerhouse for innovation for you, for all of you. And together, we are pioneering immersive learning and cutting-edge research in artificial intelligence, virtual reality, extended realities, blockchain, and everything else in between, past and in the future. And one area that I'm deeply passionate about is an area called movement thinking, and how AI can revolutionize our world and empower every girl in the Caribbean to transform the world for the better. So I invite you today to join me in exploring this potential and how to propel the Caribbean region to the forefront of technological revolution. The future itself is Caribbean. And I gotta tell you that we are strategically positioned in the Caribbean to be able to influence how the world progresses. It's a movement. But really, what is movement thinking in artificial intelligence? So let's start by understanding what movement thinking AI truly means. Traditionally, AI has often focused on tasks like recognizing patterns, playing games, and even translating languages. While these are incredible feats, movement thinking AI dares to venture even further. It's about understanding how we, as a collective, as humans, move, how we walk, dance, gesture, and interact with our surroundings. This isn't just about the physical locomotion itself. It encompasses the way that we think, the way that we express ourselves, the way that we solve problems. And that has shifted today with AI. As long as you have access to a device, it doesn't matter what device it is. It could be a laptop, it could be a library computer, it could even be a phone. And if you were connected, you now have the power to work from anywhere, anytime, on anything. You now have the power to code and create systems and design programs that would empower our world. So movement thinking is really also about the social mobility. And I want to encourage you today to consider that even right here at the Stanford Research University program, through the Stanford Designership Institute, as well as VR School, that it is open for all of our young ladies in the Caribbean. We provide internships. We provide programs and learning and support for teachers. In fact, for the on-site program through our Cypress program, you can even come right here and spend between a semester and a year, if not more, in one of our schools right here in Silicon Valley in high school. And so we would be able to support you with your visa in the United States for education. So you might be wondering what movement thinking is really focusing on, in this AI revolution. Why does it matter? Especially for us here in the Caribbean. I mean, the answer is truly exciting, and it does have multiple faces, so it's multifaceted. The first thing really is about embracing our culture. The Caribbean is a region that is bursting with vibrancy, with movement at the heart of our self-expression. From the carnival to traditional dances, movement is integral to our cultural identity. Movement thinking AI offers a unique way to preserve, analyze, and even generate new forms of artistic expression rooted in the rich heritage of our culture. The Caribbean is the most culturally rich region on the planet. Our ancestors, like the House of Mandela, we came all the way to the Caribbean, did end up in the Americas, and we are now everywhere. And the backbone of all of that is the Caribbean. So it's about embracing our culture. So as we build technologies, as girls in ICT over here, let's think about building technologies that truly embrace who we are as a movement thinking culture. Movement thinking AI is also about solving real world problems. Think about the challenges that we face today. Healthcare access, natural disaster response, even traffic congestion. We have cars that drive themselves all over our streets in Silicon Valley right now. Movement thinking AI can offer some innovative solutions where, remember, you can learn anything, anywhere, and anytime. When you come here and enroll in our high school program and even our college program, you become part of those human beings who are solving real world problems. Now, imagine AI-powered systems that can analyze crowd movements to optimize disaster relief efforts, or AI that monitors the gait of elderly patients remotely, ensuring early detection of falls and health concerns. Those are some of the big what if questions. What if we could solve those real world problems by leveraging the power of the technology that is now in our hands? One of the speakers said, the future is literally in your fingertips. Now, research university and innovation. Remember, the research university, which is the parent organization that covers the VR school, fosters an environment where groundbreaking discoveries from young people, from young women, happen every day. Our faculty, our mentors, including our partners at RSC, they are internationally renowned, and our resources are top tier. So movement thinking AI is an area we are actively researching. So we envision collaborations where Caribbean students work alongside international researchers to push this field and any other tech field forward. And there are opportunities for Caribbean girls in tech, which I'm excited about. So I see a future where our Caribbean girls are at the forefront of developing AI systems that change systems like healthcare, arts and culture, and education. Yes. So I envision where we are changing healthcare, education, as well as culture. And we are counting on all of you. And it was an extreme privilege and honor to be part of this extraordinary event today for Caribbean girls in ICT. I am looking forward to visit each and every nation and all your schools and support in whatever form and shape. So back to you, Dr. Betty.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chicheni, for sharing with us today. And I can assure you that you will see some young ladies from Trinidad enrolling in that virtual reality school at Stanford. So please look out for them. And it was not, what you shared with us this morning, you know, the advances that technologies of that AI offers. We know that it can help us to embrace our culture, but one of the most interesting things I found was solving real world problems with innovative solutions. All right, and the young people across the Caribbean listening to you this morning, I'm hoping that they really take up the offer of joining that virtual reality school or even university, where they can help to leverage the power of technologies and solve real world problems. So thanks again for being with us yet another year. And we are sure that we will utilize the information that you have provided this morning. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. I look forward to meeting all the young ladies over here.
Back to main room.
All right.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am privileged to introduce Ms. Heidi Baker Curry. Good morning, Ms. Curry. Pleasure to meet you. Ms. Curry is a leader in social justice and international development. She founded the Ocean Academy High School in Cape Coca, Belize, in 2008, the first high school on the island, aiming for universal education in a country. Excuse me. She holds leadership roles, including past chair of the Belize Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, BAPS, and she's also chair of the Cape Coca Gender and Gender-Based Violence Committee, while serving as the executive director of Friends of Ocean Academy. Her curriculum development focuses on nurturing innovation and personal brilliance within at-risk communities through initiatives like applied learning, 21C skills development, and student-led social enterprises, thus earning recognition from UNICEF and the US State Department. Again, welcome, Ms. Baker. A pleasure to have you with us this morning.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patricia. And what a pleasure and honor it is to be here today with CARECOM and RSC and CAPS, both inspiring and honoring girls in ICT and the boys who support them. I'll take a moment to share my screen and just confirm that you're able to see it. Yes, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Oh, fantastic. So I am thrilled to speak with you today about earning and learning. And this is something near and dear to my heart. You'll hear a backstory about how my school got involved with these programs. And specifically today, we will then lead into talking about a tech club and social enterprise. Social enterprise is being able to solve and fund social needs through business. And I'll start with a bit of that background. So it began in Key-Cocker, this beautiful little island off of the coast of Belize, in 2008. And at the time we had no high school. And so other co-founders, Joni Miller and Dane Dingerson and I, joined to start this school, but we didn't have funding. And in Belize, at the time, there was no such thing as free high school. And so students and families had to contribute what they had, but it was a challenge both for the school, for us to pay for teachers and cover bills. And even when we could find sponsors, many students had to drop out of school because they simply needed to contribute to the household income. At the time we opened in 2008, we had about 40% of high school age students in school across the country of Belize. In 2011, we sort of stumbled into this opportunity. So the bottom right-hand corner picture, you see a young woman, Mercedes Requena. This is when she's a bit older, but at the time she was a high school student, and the Belize Tourism Board were having some important visitors come to see Key-Cocker. And we were asked what we could do to show them a nice time on the island. So we had the idea that Mercedes loved the sea, very passionate about being in the ocean as long as, before she could even walk. So she took the visitors out on kayaks, and they reported that out of all of the fancy visits to all of the hotels and businesses where they toured across the country, that had been their number one experience. In fact, one of them blogged about it and called it kayaking with purpose. And that then became our school brand. We call it Kayak with Purpose. And then we branched into Bike with Purpose. And we have expanded so that we have integrated this into a very important part of our learning on campus, so that it is all about immersion, getting immersed into any kind of passion that you have. So many students start ideas from scratch. They come in as a first form student and they have a new passion, and others try out one. Some of them make it, some of them don't, but that's the way the real world works. And through the process, they get involved with innovative ideas. And then I love this word iteration. So when we talk about innovation, iteration is the idea that you don't just do something once. You work at it, you modify it a bit, you get some feedback, and you keep making it better. And so our students have been immersed into all these different social enterprises for many years. So we started to get some recognition and win some awards. U.S. Embassy gave us a grant initially for kayaks, and then they gave us another grant to expand and start to share the idea with other schools. This photo is taken in South Africa. It's a UNICEF and Beyond Sport Award for making social change through sport. And social enterprise is something that enables students to do many things. First, in Belize, for example, it helps them to stay in school. In other countries where tuition is paid for, it can help them with their uniforms and school books and a device and Wi-Fi from home, or whatever it is that they need, so that they are not behind in what they need to be able to fund their education. As I mentioned, it helps immerse them into the real world, takes them well beyond whatever we can do in a classroom. It helps them actually apply their knowledge. So Mercedes, that example, and many students who do that with kayaking and bikes, they're applying what they learn in the science and history classes and being able to excitedly share their perspective with visitors. It involves 21st century skills like adaptability, flexibility, creativity, communication skills, and it opens the door for them to be innovative and find new passions that they can follow. They develop financial literacy. I'll tell you a bit more about that, where they learn to save their money. And most importantly, they develop confidence through action. They're going beyond the theory, and they become comfortable with the idea that F is the new A, which is an idea in innovation that we need to encourage our students to be ready and okay and excited about failing when they try something new, instead of always trying to do everything exactly perfectly like someone tells them to do, where they're not going to be able to come up with those new ideas they'll need for this ever-changing world. So I'm going to show you just a brief
My
video.
experience with social enterprise has been amazing. I have grown so much as a teenager throughout my time in social enterprise, and things I have benefited from social enterprise is, one, how to save, two, how to communicate, how to be confident in your passion, and how to look at the world in a different point of view.
The promotion and graduation rate increased 22% from 74 to 90% as soon as we started really getting these social enterprises as options for our students. We have had sometimes over 50% of our students earning most of their school fees through social enterprise. Now let's talk about how we can apply that to today. Girls in ICT Day and tech clubs. So right here, you see a picture of some of our students installing a networking Wi-Fi system for a home. And this was just part of one of the examples. We do something called Certificate Week twice a year. And in this case, they had a real customer. Of course, they went with their teacher and they installed internet into a family's home. So what I want to do, if there's one thing I accomplished today, is encourage as many of you as possible, whether you're a teacher or a staff member, if you're a school leader, if you are a community member, if you're just someone excited about ICT, we are partnering. This is an initiative that started with BAPS, our Principals Association, my high school, another school, Independence High School in Belize, and RSC. And we, if you can grab this link here, I'll have it at the end of the presentation as well, or this QR code, then you can fill out a form and we'll follow up with you and we'll hold an information session that can be more interactive than we're able to do today. So really all you need, students, if any one of you is thinking you don't need skills, you just need interest, all you need is a teacher or a staff member, go ahead and communicate with your principal and submit this form, and then we'll get in touch with you. Some tips about a club include sometimes a small group is good for hands-on, but sometimes you'll have students that don't stick with it. And so we recommend maybe a group of about 8 to 20 students. If you have a huge high school and you want to have a lot more, you can break those into little groups, start big. It's very flexible. I encourage you, no matter who is hearing this, whatever your role is, to go and make an invitation and announce it to classes. You never know who will be interested. Be sure to let them know that we definitely want those girls and boys, and you don't have to have experience. As I said, we'll hold an information session and share these presentations with you. So you can share these presentations. Well, when you send in the form, we'll send you the presentation so you can use them to show your principal, your teachers, your classmates, whoever you need to. And then we'll just ask you to attend that information session and we'll get you started. In the meantime, invite guest speakers from your community who work in technology to inspire you. They can be local, they can be virtual, and we look forward to seeing you at that first information session. In terms of training, RSC, I cannot say enough good things about what an amazing resource they are. And if you're a school and you have not already tapped into them, I really encourage that you submit this form. Some of the skill development areas that they have in modules for synchronous and asynchronous learning include digital literacy, e-waste and safety, some fun coding, some mobile app development, artificial intelligence, and some of these are in the works. Audio editing, video production, PC repair is something we've done at a number of schools across Belize already, and more coming. You can also look at YouTube videos and reach out for any kind of mentors. I'm giving a presentation a little bit later today, a longer one, and I'll show some interview with one of our students who's now a staff member, and he has learned a tremendous amount of PC repair from YouTube videos. Student and teacher leaders, community members, and virtual mentors. All you have to do is ask. And some of the ideas for services that you would build your skills and be able to sell, this will depend on you and your community. And that's part of the immersion and innovation part of your club is what does our community need? What kinds of services would they buy that we could learn? These are just some examples. Computer optimization, getting that computer to run faster, PC repair, PC upgrade. Sometimes they have a slow device, they just want it faster, green screen video recording, editing, production, website development, app development, Wi-Fi, network installation, and security camera installation. If you want to hear more about these, join my session a little bit later today. Again, this is the QR code and the URL if you missed it earlier, and it will show up again at the end of the presentation. And remember, this is all you need to get started. Now, Patricia, if you'll let me know when I get close to time, I have some other things to share, but I can stop anywhere along the way. So
okay,
our key
I think Raj will inform you.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I don't have a timer going, so I'm not sure, but
right.
So one of our steps is, of course, we want to focus on making money. We always think that it's something that students need to do after they graduate, and it's something we shouldn't be shy about immersing them in now. I always like to say to educators, imagine trying to teach students who have never ridden a bike how to ride a bike in your classroom with a pencil and paper. And just focus on that for a minute. So you want them to go ride a bike, but they're only going to write about it on a pencil and paper. So when it comes to being able to actually earn money with something that the student is innovative and passionate about, let's let them practice under our mentorship and figure out what are the ways that they could do that. I love this graph. I got it from Dr. Tony Wagner's book about innovation, and it shows this graph that a NASA creativity test showed that 1,600 children at age 5, 98% of them showed creative genius. But as they went to school, look how it went down. By the time they were 10, only 30%. By the time 15, 12. And by the time they were an adult, those of us, 2%. It's because we're told, do it this way, do it this way. Don't go outside of the lines. Make sure you get an A. And we need to be doing the opposite. We need to blur those lines and have them just get creative. This is another clip from Jaime.
In my opinion, it's really, really important to have innovation, creativity, passion, and a plan for what a school wants to become. And especially if you want to create a social enterprise, the students and the teachers need to have a lot of creativity, a lot of innovation within them, that they want to change the world, that they want to create something new for them and for others so they can benefit from it. And the traditional ways of just going to school, sitting on a desk, listening to the teacher and just taking an exam, it's good, but it's not what all the students that are going to Harvard education want. They want to grow as a person, learn as a person, and innovate, create, and do so much more things than just sitting and listening to a teacher. And this is what the social enterprise is all about, is for the student to learn what they want to do, to follow their passion, to see what they want to become in the future. And the social enterprise is really, really important for many schools, especially right now during this pandemic, that a lot of people are taking new skills from the 21st century so that we students can stay in school, have a proper education, and become very important people in our world and to make a huge change.
Raj, how am I on time? Shall I wrap it up? I'll continue for now.
Well,
Yes?
you can take a few more minutes, but you've done so much of it already, so that anytime you're ready to wrap up, you can. Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to show these little photos of ways that we immerse our students. I mentioned Certificate Week, and those topics evolve every single semester. Here we have yoga, arts and crafts, carpentry, GIS mapping. You see the technology services, marine biology with fisheries, scuba diving, culinary arts, and again, GIS mapping. And with the financial literacy, the main point I want to make here is that the money goes into their bank account, and financial literacy and money is not a business track skill. It is a life skill. And by having them put their money into a bank account, if they don't have a social security card or a birth certificate, then all the more reason we as a school need to help them get over that hurdle before they graduate so that they're learning those financial literacy experiences. Also wanted to just tell you that social enterprise, when it comes to customers wanting to choose social good, they will always choose that product over another. So thanks so much for your time. And I really appreciate it. You guys have a fantastic day. And if you'd like to hear more, then join me later today.
Well, we want to thank you, Ms. Curry, for that wide-ranging presentation with so many practical tips for our young people, taking a different look at how we can educate our young people. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. And as we continue with our GICT, we have this afternoon with us Mr. Karen Rose, who is a digital strategist. Mr. Karen Rose is a digital strategist who has worked with Caribbean entrepreneurs and businesses across the region. He is the host of a business podcast in the Caribbean called Digipreneur FM. He is the host of the radio show The Digital World on Freedom 106.5 FM and a column writer for both the Trinidad and Tobago Newsday and the Jamaica Observer. He has worked with companies such as the Organization of the American States, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Flow, Digicel, B-Mobile, Huawei, Sagicor, Scotiabank, Eastern Credit Union, and WePay. His goal is to help Caribbean businesses build their digital presence, monetize their platforms, and participate in the global economy. Mr. Rose, we are very happy to have you this afternoon, and we look forward to your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Miss Ramnarayan, for the lovely introduction. And I just want to say good morning, actually good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon to everybody that is tuned in to Girls in ICT and boys who support them. Now, my presentation is going to be on how we can use AI to help us build an educational roadmap, but also to help us align our resumes so that we can get a better chance of getting noticed by HR, and also just ensuring that the resumes and the cover letters that we do put out when we do enter the world of work are much aligned. So without further ado, let me start off with showing you how AI can help you build your educational roadmaps. Now, one of the challenges that we face in the Caribbean is that there are a wide set of new careers, new skills, new industries that have been popping up. And the reality is, many of us don't have the people around them, whether it be our parents, school teachers, or counselors, who can help us get into a lot of these new roles that are popping up all over the world. You might be somebody who wants to become a gamer. So, how do you go asking your teacher or your parents, hey, how do I become a full-time gamer? Or I want to get into prompt engineering and working with AI. How do I get into these roles? Again, a lot of us don't have the people around them doing it, so we don't always know who can help us create that roadmap so that we can get the right education, the right skills, the right experience to get into some of these roles that are popping up. So here's what I want you to do. First things first, I'm going to share my screen. Lovely. All right. So now you guys are looking at my screen, okay? So if you want to get into a role that is something that is relatively new, but again, people around you might not be able to help you, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go on LinkedIn, and I want you to go into search, and I want you to find a company that ideally you would love to work for, okay? So I'm in digital marketing. I have been doing a lot of research and marketing companies around the world. So I'm going to pretend like I want to get into a marketing role with another company outside of the Caribbean. So I'm going to pull up Qatar Airways, right? Qatar Airways is known as having some of the best digital marketing prowess of any airlines. So I'm going to pull their profile up on LinkedIn. And then I'm going to click on the People tab, right? Now, the beautiful thing with LinkedIn is that because the majority of people that work in companies have a LinkedIn profile, you're going to be able to see who are the people that are in the roles that you would like to get into. So now that I've clicked on the People tab, I'm going to type in marketing, right? So I'm in the marketing space. I'm going to type marketing into the field. It's now filtered out all of the people that are in the marketing departments for Qatar Airways. So we see that there's 3,128 people that work in marketing for Qatar Airways. So when I scroll down, I'm going to go through the people section, and I'm going to find somebody that has a role, a title that is something that I would like to get into, right? So I'm going to try to find somebody that is a digital marketing manager. So I see this person, Daria, has her title listed as digital marketing manager for Qatar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to find somebody else. I want to see somebody that has a list of their duties available, okay? All right, here we go. So here is, I think his name is Majid Maxim Ramadan. So when I scroll down, he is the regional digital marketing manager for Qatar Airways. And this is what I'm looking for. He has listed out all of his duties in his current role. So again, if I am somebody trying to get into that role, I would like to know what is the educational background, the skills, the volunteer experience that I could do to get into that role. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take a screenshot of this, of all of his duties, right? You're going to need ChatGPT. You can also use Google Gemini, and you can do this on the free versions as well. I'm going to take a screenshot of this role. I'm going to go into ChatGPT, and I'm going to drag that screenshot into ChatGPT. And this is what I'm going to tell ChatGPT to do. I want you to analyze the image, look at the job role and the duties, and I want you to create, I want you to tell me the degrees I should get to fulfill this role. Also, tell me about the short courses that I can do, and also tell me what type of volunteer experience I can do that will prepare me for that role. All right. So I've given it the image, we've screenshotted the ideal role, right? We've told it, hold on. So this is good, right? If you ever run into this issue where ChatGPT says it can't process the image, that's okay. You can just copy and paste. So grab that, and there's always an issue when you're doing it live. But as a matter of fact, I prepared for that. Actually, no, hold on 1 second, hold on. Let's just do the copy and paste. So here is the information. Again, this is just in case it doesn't analyze the image properly. Just copy and paste everything. And now it's going to give us an educational roadmap. So to prepare for a role as a digital marketing manager with the responsibilities outlined, consider the following educational and experiential paths. So again, the goal is to find the roles that you want to get into that nobody else around you can really help you create that roadmap for. And now ChatGPT is going to analyze the role and the experience needed and give us a roadmap. So for this role, it's telling me that I need a bachelor's degree in marketing or business administration. A bachelor's degree in communication could also help. I could also do a master's degree in digital marketing for more specialized education. I could also do a master's in business administration with a marketing concentration. So there's a couple of degrees that I could do to land that job. Now, when it comes to short courses, check this out. It's telling me that I can do the digital marketing certification, and there's a wide variety of places that are offering these courses. So you can check out Google, you can check out HubSpot, DMI, which is the Digital Marketing Institute, right? And they also will give you knowledge on SEO, content marketing, and social media marketing. I can do short courses in data analytics and metrics. I can also do short courses in user experience design and also copywriting and video content creation, right? So all of these are the educational background, both degrees, masters, and short courses that I would need or could do to land that particular role as the head of digital marketing for Qatar Airways. But now it doesn't stop there, because we all know that companies want experience, right? And then there's that old adage of, if you're now coming out of school, how do you get experience? The reason why I asked it to give me volunteer experience is because the experience that you get from volunteering can more than suffice for a lot of the roles that you're trying to apply to. Again, that's experience, right? So now you have the educational background, you get the degrees, you have the short courses, but now you're going to have the experience of actually doing it, because when we look and see what it's telling us, it's saying, hey, work for nonprofit digital campaigns, volunteer manage or assist with the digital marketing campaigns of a nonprofit organization. This could give you hands-on experience in e-commerce and digital marketing, event promotion, community management, startup consulting. All of these things you can go and volunteer, get the experience, and what you want to do is document that journey, because now when you document and you have that body of work, that portfolio, that coupled with your educational background will definitely help you land that particular job. And it's also going to give you recommendations on how to stay updated, networking, practical application, and this is good, starting your own blog, start your own website, start an e-commerce side project. That way you can apply all of the things that you're learning in the real world. And again, that'll make up part of your portfolio as well, that you can now bring to any interview to help you land that particular job. So just to recap real quick, what you want to do is go on LinkedIn, search for the company that you want to work with, click on the People tab, and I'll back it up real quick. Click on the People tab, type in the industry that you want. That's going to filter out everybody that's in that role for the company that you would like to work for. Then click on somebody that has a job title that you want. You can then copy and paste all of that person's experience and drop it in ChatGPT and tell it, hey, give me an educational roadmap. Please tell me the degrees, the short courses, and volunteer experience to land that particular role. And now you have a tailor-made roadmap of what you would need to do in order to land that specific job. Again, many of your teachers, counselors, your parents might not be able to help you because things are changing all the time. This is a great way to get the information that you need, tailored to that particular role. Now, the other thing you can do is you can even, if you already have a resume, right? You can upload your resume into ChatGPT. So I'm just going to grab my resume and I'm going to upload it into ChatGPT. And I could then say, analyze my resume, and I want you to tell me if I would be a good fit for this role and rank me out of 10 for the fit, right? So you can take your resume and you can take a job role. You could also grab, like if you see any openings, if a company is posting the job spec, you can grab the job spec and post it into ChatGPT and upload your resume and then say, hey, would you be a good fit for this role? List out the reasons why, rank me out of 10 so I can identify if I would be a fit for this role. So I'm just going to go and hit enter and let's see what ChatGPT says. So it's going to analyze my resume and it's going to look at that role that we uploaded for Qatar Airways, the head of digital marketing, and it's going to see if my current skill sets would be a fit. Now, this is going to be good because if I'm not a fit, I can also figure out what I'm missing. That way I can go and get the qualifications or get the experience needed so that I can then go and apply for the role. So it's telling me relevant experience based on my resume. You have experience as a digital strategist, radio announcer, business owner. Your work involves designing and executing digital strategies that align with company objectives, conducting market research and SEO optimization. Skills match. The job description requires B2C, B2B, strategic e-commerce functions, integrated campaign management, media spend ROI, and a bunch of other things, right? So it's still working. And again, the goal is, now I've already uploaded a resume that usually when I'm applying for a job, and this is always good practice, your resume should pretty much align to the role that you are applying to increase your chances of getting that. So now that ChatGPT is done, remember I asked it for a ranking. It ranks me as 8 out of 10 fit for the role, right? And then I could also ask it, what else can I do to increase my chances of landing this role? What experience or qualifications would I need? So in asking that, remember, it's going to be analyzing what I've provided on my resume, and it's looking to see how I would fit for the role that I gave it. So it's asking formal education. If you don't already have one, pursue a bachelor's or master's degree in marketing, business admin, or a related field. So it's telling me if I want to increase my chances, I should go about doing a bachelor's. And it's giving me a list of things that I can do to help align my resume, but also go out and get the degrees and the practical skills so that I'm a better fit for this role. Now, the other thing you can do is, let's just say you have everything, right? You have everything. You got the qualifications, you got the background. Now you're ready to apply for this role. You can now say, based on my resume and the job role, I want you to create a cover letter that highlights my job fit. I want you to create a cover letter that highlights my job fit for the Qatar Airways role. And this will now create a tailor-made cover letter based on your resume, your qualifications, your background, right? Now, I already hear the music. I hear the hook coming. My time is just about done. But again, just so you guys can see, you would have a fully developed cover letter. And you can also do this for your resume as well, taking all of your skills, looking at the position you want to apply for, and it's going to tailor make everything for you to enhance your opportunities of landing that job. So I know this was a quick and hopefully this was a quick session. Hopefully you were able to take something from it and it was practical. That way you could apply. But yeah, that is it from me. I thank you for this opportunity to show you how you could use AI to leverage and build your educational roadmap.
Oh, Mr. Rose, that was so filled, so packed. I quite enjoyed your presentation, and I'm sure all our viewers did. It was so filled with practical information, easy to follow stepwise, and to give that not just an educational roadmap, but I think a wonderful experiential roadmap, because it mapped out, all the experience you should have. So wonderful and true. It is a fast changing world. Teachers, we are teachers. I'm a teacher. We can't do it all for our children anymore because it's just changing so fast. Thank you so much for that really insightful presentation. And I know our viewers would have gained from it today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're back.
Good afternoon. I have with me Mr. Leo Kuna, who works with tech firm Kuriki. He has over 30 years experience in managing, designing, and developing mission-critical systems. He has extensive expertise in education technology for over 15 years, focusing on K-12, kindergarten to 12th grade, and higher education systems. He specializes in learning management, assessment, student information systems, and ERP systems, and analytical processing. He is a strong advocate for open technologies and open education. He is fluent in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And today, Mr. Kuna is going to have a discussion with us about the technology, the back end of the chatbots that we see. Leo, over to you. Still muted.
There we go. Better? All right. I wanted to thank everybody here for the warm welcome. And what I'd like to do is cover a little bit about some of the magic that happens behind all this AI technology that we see. Eventually, what I'd like to challenge is that we set up a little hackathon in which some of the participants here for the girls in ICT would have the chance to experience actually creating an artificial intelligence chatbot themselves. So let me tell you the challenge here. About 4 months ago, we were asked to create a complete curriculum on the history of freedom, which is a very interesting topic. And in that topic, we used AI engines, ChatGPT and such, Claude V2, to create the content. And what I noticed personally is that a lot of the content that's getting indexed in these engines are very skewed in some ways. They go after some very mainstream data. So for example, if I go in and I want to get information about the history of the Caribbean, the amount of information that's indexed on that topic is very limited. So I'm going to talk about how to overcome that, how to build a chatbot, one that you create yourself or your organization, that actually uses the kind of information that is relevant for the topic you're trying to cover, especially when it comes to this history, to social sciences. If you actually go to the chatbot, you'll notice that when you go into very specific areas like the Caribbean, that information becomes a lot more narrow inside of those tools. So without any further ado, let me share my screen, show you the challenge I ran into, and then I wanted to present a chatbot that would talk about the perspective of the same history of freedom from the Caribbean perspective, but I was not able to find those documents. So let me show you here. So this is a program called the historyofreedom.org that talks about, and let me go here real quickly, some of the key events that led to a lot of the democratic processes of today, starting back from the Protestant Revolution all the way through today. And for each one of these, I actually used AI to generate the content. So for example, a lot of this text came from prompts, and I'm not going to go into any of the prompts. You probably got a lot of that throughout the whole day. We searched for some of the images through the AI engines and created this curriculum, which is pretty interesting. We asked it to generate some of the questions and things like that. And I think you've probably got a good handle on how to do all these things. But say I wanted to create a chat bot that had a very specific purpose. So in this case, if I'm talking about the Protestant Revolution, and I want to create a chatbot that takes the character of one of those participants of that time in history, and I wanted to engage the student in such a way that they would have to think through the question I'm posing, and something that doesn't have a right or wrong, right? So if I'm going to get a very suggestive kind of question out there, an AI chatbot is the perfect tool to do that. but most of the AI chatbots that you could build are limited in the characters that they can impersonate. So in this case, it was very easy. There's a lot of data about Martin Luther, one of the leaders of the Protestant Revolution. I can come up with a very insightful question, very critical question, which doesn't have a right or wrong answer, right? So in this case, Martin Luther had decided whether to stay silent or continue to follow the religious leaders blindly. So what would you do in his position? Would you just acquiesce? Would you give in to the religious leaders, or would you stand up, right? And in the chatbot, what we do, we programmed it, and in this case, we programmed it using technology from Amazon, from AWS, and from the Cloud V2 chatbot. And right here, I can say, I would be afraid to challenge the church leaders, and I would just shut up and deal with it. Okay, this could be an answer that would be typical. So what happens here in the chatbot is that this answer gets passed over to the chat engine, to Cloud V2 instead of ChatGPT, and it would give you the same, it would not give you the same response as if you just went to ChatGPT. Because what we told the chatbot, assume the role that you are Martin Luther and only provide answers based from that context, from that perspective. So right now it's going through, and instead of doing the typical answer, which would be very generic, it's now filtering that answer from the perspective of this person, Martin Luther. Now, the reason we can do this is that there's a lot of information out there. But if you wanted to do it from the perspective of a historical character that was very local, we would have to feed that engine to the chatbot. So let me tell you how that works. So I'm going to work backwards. If you're creating a chatbot like the one we just did, it needs to take your question. So there's a event that starts the conversation, the first thing that you, as the user, as the student, inputs as your response. So in my case, what I did is what the conversation starter was this: I'll be afraid to challenge the church leaders. Now, ahead of time, this chatbot has already been informed that this is the question that's going to be made. So they're answering only this question, and they're answering in the persona of Martin Luther. So those, you can pass parameters. You can tell the chatbot, you're going to assume this role, this persona, and your responses will always be geared towards this topic of the Protestant Reformation. So that way, even if a student uses inappropriate language, if they try to divert the topic of conversation, the chatbot will have enough intelligence to say, hey, this is off topic, it's not appropriate, and it always directs the student back to that topic. So coming back here, whoops. So the chatbot, the first thing you do is you assign it a persona. You give it the limits, the parameters of what the discussion will be. And after the person puts in an answer, it triggers a request. It goes to the engine, and the engine will take its information and come back with a response. This is the chatbot that you see right now. So whatever information has been processed by this Claude V2 AI, which is one of the competitors of ChatGPT, it'll go ahead and respond that. But if I wanted to use information from, say, characters in Caribbean history that are not represented in here, I could do that. And the way this works is by a process called RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation. I'm going to share this document with you, which is very technical, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the technicalities. I'm just going to show you the process behind it. And then we can show you this bot actually working with information. What I did is I loaded information about politics and government. So it only answer questions about those kinds of topics. And knows nothing about the Protestant Revolution. So you have to start out with documents. And normally you can start out with PDF documents that you have, and you have to have a place where your system can retrieve those documents. So your chatbot is going to be informed not only by the public information. So let me go in here and say that normally your chatbot comes here through some public info, just stuff like Wikipedia and stuff like that. So you can go ahead and take all your documents and put them in a folder. One of the most efficient folders out there is called the AWS S3 buckets. And there's also open source versions of that. So you can put all the documents in a bucket, and then you can load them in what's called a vector database. And there's some that are free and open source. We're using one called Chroma. And what happens is when you get a document and you process it into artificial intelligence, it actually takes all the words in that document and it creates what's this called, this embedding image. It knows the proximity of the words. It can infer what the meaning of those words are. So these are all mathematical equations that with the tools that exist nowadays, you don't have to create that. So those exist. So in Amazon, there's a embedding engine called Titan. And what it does, it takes those documents, it creates what are called the embeddings, so which is the relationship of all the words in these documents and how, and try to extract some meaning from that. And then they get loaded into this database called the vector database. So this is the RAG, because not when you make a question, when you make a question from your chatbot, it first checks if that answer exists within this section over here, which has already been processed into the LLM. So the first choice is, So the first choice is going to try to find the response from that base of information. And if it doesn't find it, then it'll resort back to what the public body of information exists that's available. So that's the flow. And I'm going to go in here very quickly and show you how we set it up. So this is a small program, and there's two pieces. One of them is a program that takes your documents that you've created, indexes them, and it pulls them out and puts them into your vector database. Your version of reality will be those sources that you fed it. And as a backup, it'll use the data that's inside of that AI engine, that large language model, whether it's ChatGPT or Claude V2 or Llama, the new one from Facebook or Meta AI. So it doesn't matter. You can configure your program to go against any of these large language models, depending on your budget, depending on your expertise, depending on your preference. And then, so this happens, and once your documents have been processed, they can be understood by your chat program. So there's two programs you have to write to create a chat bot. One of them that takes your documents and creates that augmentation set of information, and one that actually executes the chat. And now there's tools, open source tools, that let you create these chat programs very quickly. So I'm going to show you how simple these are. Even if you can program, you're going to see that they're not very large. So a chat program, and we're using a library that's available called LangChain, using a database called Chroma. And all we have to do is say, we need to know when the chat starts, and we do some certain things. And every time that the student responds, we continue to respond to that message. We call the large language model, and then we give it a response. So you can see that these programs are becoming shorter and shorter to create. So they're prime candidates for us to have little boot camps or hackathons to create them. And then the process to index that data, to put them into the the large language model. It's a bit longer, but again, it's not overbearing. 130 lines of code to create a cool chatbot is not that bad. So what happens when you run this code, it actually, let me refresh here, insert a new chat. So this one knows about social sciences, it knows about politics. I'm going to say, what is the essence of a democracy? So right now, it's not going directly to the different thing with the ChatGPT, to the Claude. It's looking through the answers from those documents that we provided it. And it's first looking for response based on that. And then the next piece will be when if it doesn't find an answer, then it'll go to the public repository. So here you can continue the discussion. And just like we did with the Martin Luther chatbot, the student now gets engaged in a conversation, right? They either agree or disagree. And we can actually tell the chatbot to, at the end of every response, to engage the user, to engage the student, go ahead and end this prompt with another question. So you can do those kinds of things and program them with very few lines of code. So the challenge then becomes not, can I program this, but what really meaningful tools can I build that can help me improve the state of education? What are the things that I can build that actually augment education? And I think that's the beauty. There's a lot of people that that talk about the negative points of AI. I like to think of it from this positive perspective, is that a lot of times there's some topics that are very hard, very subjective to engage the student in. And the AI and chatbots is a perfect tool to do that. And I would challenge us to perhaps engage in an exercise, whether it's through a hackathon or through a boot camp, and actually build a few that are Caribbean centered, and that we identify those documents, we bring them to light and make them available to the public. So so that's the gist of it. I'm gonna just recap one more time. And so you saw the chatbot that we created using just this straight flow, right? Which is basically call your engine, get an answer, and display it back to the student, which is what we did over here. We did a couple of tricks, and if we do a hackathon or something like that, I can actually show you the code and say, okay, tell the engine, behave like Martin Luther, and only respond in his character. So you can do that. That was the one thing we did. The other one is we loaded documents, and I'll show you the documents. So I loaded all these PDFs that have to do about government. Oops. Let me open the right bucket. So I loaded documents about public opinion, about voting in elections, about the media and political parties. So the bot is first going to look into these bodies of intelligence to answer. And if it doesn't have an answer in here, then it's going to go back to the public repository. So we got all documents. We ran them through an embedding process that created this new database, that it's a new source of information for the chatbot. So when we ask a question from the chatbot, it goes here first. If it doesn't find it, it goes here, and then it engages the student. So I wanted to make this available to you. I showed you a little bit of the code, how easy it is, and I'm going to show you one of the tools that we used to build that. So we use this open source product called Chainlit, and what it does is it handles a lot of the complexity that happens. So you have to track on the message who the user is. So if you have 3 people using the chatbot, who's asking what question, how do I direct the responses, and there's all these complexities that we no longer have to code. A year ago, 2 years ago, you would have to written all of these pieces in code. And now with these frameworks, you can go ahead and concentrate on the meaningfulness of your chatbot and not on these details that, yeah, they're interesting, but they're very time consuming to build. So I don't know how I'm doing on time. I would love to make these available to you. We have a GitHub repo. For
I can give you another 5 minutes.
Okay. Basically, where's my documents? Hold on a second here. Oh, I know what happened. I am in the wrong browser. All right. So I'm going to share this document with everyone, which actually has instructions on how to install the chatbot that we just created. And the beauty of it is you can create your own bucket. The cost of doing this in AWS is very inexpensive. It's like in single dollars to test it out and try it out. So you can create your own knowledge base here, put your own documents, and then use the same code that we've provided and create your own chatbot. Probably within, for somebody who's done a little bit of programming, among the ladies who are here, probably within a few hours, you could have a running chatbot with these instructions. We also have the code in GitHub, so you can pull it from there. So I can provide that link, and hopefully encourage you to explore, as future engineers, as future programmers, as future artificial intelligence developers, to explore these open source tools, to try them out and not to be intimidated, because the technology right now is at a point where you can actually make a difference by thinking up of a very interesting case on how to use this technology for supporting education, for creating good in the community. So I do encourage you to explore, not to be intimidated, and hopefully here you give you a little understanding of how it works and how it's really not rocket science to be able to create some very cool products. All right, I think that's maybe I talked too fast, but I think we've covered the topic, and I'm hoping that we can engage everybody. Now, we are going to be using this technology in one of our tools, so I'd like to encourage you to go to Caribbean.research@university, and if you register for our authoring tool, which we demoed last year at a different conference, we're going to be adding some of those artificial intelligence tool sets to this tool. And I'll also be providing a link so you can register. But if you go to Caribbean.research@university, it'll take you to a link where you can register here. So let me log out because I was already logged in. It'll take you to this page right here. And I'm intending on having additional webinars and sessions, totally free sessions on, how to apply all these technologies that we're doing to create really great content, like we did here for the history of freedom. All right, thank you very much.
All right, Leo, we want to thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I am by no means fully tech savvy, but I learned a little bit. I saw the things that you could do. So if I find myself a good coder, like my son, then there's some other things that we could do.
Yeah, and the whole thing here is to encourage these future engineers to explore, not to be intimidated, and to think outside of the box and come up with some really good ideas, to look for content that is not there and bring it into the mainstream.
And we thank you for that. And we thank you all for always being on the cutting edge. We know that this is the information age, this is the information economy, and we're always going to be moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and we hope that you have been having an excellent session today. And in this presentation, we have with us Miss Haseen Sheikh. And Miss Haseen Sheikh is the Chief Public Defender, Public Defenders Department, Legal Aid and Advisory Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Sheikh assumed the role of Trinidad and Tobago's first Chief Public Defender in March of 2020. Prior to this, Ms. Sheikh was a member of the private criminal bar as defense counsel since being called to the bar of Trinidad and Tobago in 2008. She graduated from the University of the West Indies and of Hugh Wooding Law School. She completed her Master of Laws in Criminology and Criminal Justice in 2016 from the University of London. She was a past tutor for the University of the West Indies, law faculty for criminal law, and currently she tutors in the Hugh Wooding Law School for criminal practice and procedure. So, Ms. Sheikh, we are very happy to have you presenting to girls in ICT and the boys who support them this afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. So I know that my title and my job description might be a little bit of a mouthful, so let me just give you a quick background on who I am, what I do. The Chief Public Defender is the head of the Public Defenders Department, and we are essentially persons who represent persons who are accused of crimes, but those persons who cannot afford counsel, meaning that you aren't able to afford an attorney, so that is where we come in. Now, as Ms. Ramnarayan would have indicated, I would have started in this particular position in March of 2020, and I would be the first head of the department and the first woman to head such a department. Now, why is that important? Without disclosing my age, I am going to say that I'm on the younger side. And it's important because I think for women and girls, the ability to head a department has always been something that has been looked at with a little bit of trepidation, with a little bit of concern as to whether or not women traditionally could have occupied these roles. I am happy to report that in my department, I have about 30 attorneys, and 2/3 of my department are women. And we're not just women who work, we are women who have families, women who have significant others, we have children, we have a wide range of responsibilities. And I think that is particularly important because the all-roundedness helps. Now, why is a woman in leadership important? And I know, it's girls in ICT and the boys who support them. But I wanted to focus a little bit about the woman and about leadership and why it is important, because I think for both men and women, and for the boys and girls who are observing today, it is important for you to see that your wives, future wives, sisters, mothers, basically the women that you would interact with, that it is okay for them to have demanding jobs, to have these different type of commitments, and still be able to be considered to be all-rounded. Traditionally, the type of background that we have grown up in, especially in some of the Caribbean islands, is that men are traditionally the breadwinner and the women are the homemaker. But that role and responsibility can change, and people can shoulder different responsibilities, and they can shoulder different tasks, and they can do it just as effectively. And it is important for any person to be able to accomplish all of those things. And how is that important? Again, in the field that I'm in, we are dealing a lot of times with very young persons. We're dealing with persons traditionally between the ages of 16 to 25 who have committed criminal offenses. And the importance of having good role models would actually assist in this particular area. The reality is that a lot of the persons that we interact with, especially the youth, have not had the benefit of good role models. And good role models for boys is not only that you have to have a father figure or a male person in your life. Women are strong as well, and women can give that type of guidance and they can help. It's helpful to have both, but that's not always possible. But the ability to be able to see and respect the woman in your life, I think that's a priority item that needs to be addressed. In Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunately, we have a overrun of what we consider to be offenses of domestic violence, offenses where women are regularly taken advantage of. And that is not to say that men and boys do not suffer in that area, but traditionally, women tend to be the victim more often than not. And I think it's important that we keep looking and learning that there are better ways to do things. And the respect from being able to see women in leadership roles, see women in strong positions are very important. Now, I'm speaking a lot of women, and I don't want to forget the men and the boys. Now, I have a son, and one of my primary responsibilities, I see myself separate and apart from being a career woman, separate and apart from being a head of department, is to raise a strong young man. And that is extremely close to my heart. I think it is perhaps the greatest and most critical responsibility that I will ever have, because ultimately you get to shape. And I think that the ability to shape, the ability to show young men the way that things can be done, the respect that you can have, what to what to generally expect in the world out there, I think that all of those things are helpful. So I am hoping that I am able to show you that part of the leadership and that part of it in terms of what you can do. Now, I also want to touch upon the type of job that I do and traditionally how ICT and how tech plays into it. Now, most people see attorneys in court and they say, oh, well, you see what you see on Suits and you see those law and order and you think that that is all what attorneys do. Actually, there is quite a lot of technology that is being incorporated. Currently, our judicial system, the judiciary, has transitioned to something called case center, whereby all the documents that we would use in court that used to be paper documents have actually transitioned into an online system. So everything that we're using are on screens, and we are uploading the documents and we are uploading all of the cases and all of our notes. And instead of highlighting it on a piece of paper, we're highlighting it on the screen. Instead of having to bring a photograph, for example, of a crime scene and use a blown up photograph, we're actually just zooming in on the photograph on the system. So there is a lot of technology to happen. Now, I can say that it took a lot of time for me to get to the point of being comfortable, because when I started in this profession, paper and pen was boss. But now it's changed. And I think for all of us, it's important to adapt to that change. The type of jobs and the ability to have that technological advancement is important. It is definitely important to be able to do the newer tasks, to be able to be current, to be able to do those things effectively. I think a lot of times people feel as though, okay, we don't have to change and we don't have to incorporate those things. But unfortunately, we do need to work with the times. And I do think COVID as well has made it even more apparent that we need to work towards that. And even with the technology, for my department, we are completely digital. We don't work with paper documents. All of our documents are on our computer. It allows us to work from wherever we are. When COVID happened and everybody had to be quarantined in their homes, it allowed us to still do our job and represent our clients. Instead of physically going to the prison, we actually have a system where we have set up with a system where we do everything online. We can sign documents online. We can record our meetings. Basically, anything that we could have done in person, we have found an online alternative. So that is just to tell you the level and the ability that technology has to change the way that we do business. Now, that does not mean that some of the old things are not there. Of course, you still have to go to court. You still have to, and you do some of your trials in person, but ultimately you can do some of it online as well. So instead of traditionally, a prison bus would pick up prisoners from the prison and would take them to the courts and offload them. And every morning we would be most disappointed because it would take a very long time for this process to happen. Now, they are simply escorted to a room in the prison itself, and then court is conducted virtually when we're dealing with simple management of the matters and it's not an actual trial. Some of the trials, if there is no jury, meaning that there are no persons who need to make decision and it's the judge alone doing the decision, those matters are also dealt with virtually. So there is quite a lot of room in our area, in our field, for that virtual feedback, for that virtual life, for the type of careers that allow you. I can tell you the ICT person in our organization is probably the most important person for us, because at any given time, that person needs to be on call. The ability to manage our case management systems to ensure that we're collecting statistics, to be able to provide information for growth, for budgets, for employing more staff, all of those things are technology driven and generated. So the ability to get the jobs in those type of areas are important. Even something in terms of connecting with the public, our website, our social media, the ability to devise programs and schemes that would work towards appealing to the public, all of that has an ITC basis. So I think it is extremely important to consider the role that technology has and the ability to incorporate it into our particular job sector. So I'm hoping that I'm trying to keep this short to give you an idea of how law works and how my department works, but more specifically, how technology has played a role in the department. And then, of course, to encourage you, both boys and girls, men and women, to consider the roles and responsibilities and do not accept that traditional roles are the only thing that you can do, just as much as traditional jobs are no longer the only way to go. I've tried to be very short. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Sheikh. Thank you so much for sharing so much information this afternoon. We truly appreciated, your talking about women in leadership and how important it is, that role of shaping others and by shaping others, you shape the world. And I appreciated also that the changes in practicing law, sharing that with our viewers and making it out that helping us understand that law isn't always about that glamour that we see on television, but it's so much more in the background. Yes. So thank you so much for sharing this afternoon. It was wonderful having you.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day, everyone.
Same to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Just confirming that.
Okay, great. Are they all need and then you'll
Could you repeat that?
no, all you question. Feedback on our.
Is it better now? Okay, hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I would firstly like to start off by wishing you all a happy International Girls and ICT Day. I would also like to extend my gratitude to RSC and the team for giving me this opportunity to address you all this afternoon. So without further ado, I'd like to jump into my journey in the tech industry. So I'd firstly like to introduce myself. I'm Aliyah Ali, and I'm currently a final year student at the University of the West Indies. In addition to this, I also serve as the president of the UWI Computing Society. But by extension, I'm also a daughter, entrepreneur, a wife. And I tell you this because I have a dream. And this dream is something more than what society tells me that I can be. I have a dream to make a difference, to contribute to something, to an initiative that is meaningful, impactful, beneficial to the community and to humanity as a whole. I aspire to inspire, innovate, and to empower young women to essentially believe in themselves, to pursue something of a greater impact, of a greater meaning. And this essentially is to live my most fulfilling life possible. And this idea of wearing many hats, as I do, is a concept that is supported by one of the most renowned world leaders today, Michelle Obama. And she says that women and girls can do whatever they want. There's no limit to what we as women can accomplish. So I say this because a lot of the times we as women may, think little of ourselves and the capabilities that we have or the things that we can accomplish. So I think our biggest hindrance or our biggest factor that limits ourselves is our self-doubt. So it is really important for us to believe that we can do anything that we put our minds to. So as for my inspiration, throughout my secondary school career, this is where I had my biggest interactions with one of my most profound inspirations. Firstly, being my secondary school teachers, who were both within the tech industry, particularly IT. And I would say the most significant impact or the most inspiring moment for me was a past student came to address us. And she's currently an employee at one of the big tech gurus, Google. And what this opportunity really unveiled was that she was in probably the exact position that I was in at the time. We went to the same school. We went probably within the same kind of household, ordinary household, a Caribbean citizen. In comparison to a global scale, this can be very intimidating. But what I recognized was her courage and her sense of determination to essentially shape her future in the way that she wanted for it to be, and not something where we were listening to all the noise of society telling us that we do not belong in the tech industry. We shouldn't be here. We are not capable enough, and we are not strong enough to make a difference. And this was really a stepping stone to help define the career path that I will now be pursuing. So this really goes behind the saying that behind every great woman is another great woman. It's because of these such role models, female role models in my life, that I was actually able to decide that I want to pursue a career in this particular industry. So what was my journey like? Growing up as a child in the early 2000s, I was introduced to technology at a very early age, probably at the age of 4 or 5. And this really sparked my interest within technology. And this interest grew over the years. And it especially flourished within my secondary school years, where I was able to actually engage and learn more and be educated about all the different technological breakthroughs and innovations. And that really pushed me forward into moving into the subject areas or the field related to computer science, IT, etc. And that essentially paved the way for my current degree program, which I'm pursuing, which is computer science. And at this degree program, there were some very key things to note. Within the student body itself, or the students enrolled within this particular program, there was a very significant gender bias, or gender inequality, I should say, between males to females. There were often more males than in comparison to the female counterparts. And this was evident even through the teaching aspect of it, like the lecturers. The majority of them were females. I only know of 2 female lecturers in comparison to the number of male lecturers. So this idea of male dominating within the technician industry is very significant and is very real. So because of this, I recognize that I need to really step into a position that I will be able to directly influence some change, and change is statistic. And that is where I decided to become, to nominate myself as president of the UE Computing Society as of last year. And within this particular capacity, I've actually engaged in a lot of activities and programs where I essentially try to encourage the youth, particularly women, to essentially believe in persevering, being resilient, being confident in the tech industry, to pursue careers in the tech industry. And one of such, on one account, I actually invited an employee at Microsoft this semester to actually address our students. And she was able to give insight to the students about how exactly, as a Caribbean national, how you can make it, and you can definitely, be a part of the change and have a firm ground in even international organizations. So you are not limited. You are, in fact, given the opportunity and the resources where you can make a difference. And I think definitely now society has definitely undergone some changes, or is currently undergoing changes in the way we think, and we recognize more and more the importance of female contributions into the economy and the overall growth of society as a whole. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. And I'd like to leave a little quote with you all. Embrace the power of inclusivity. In the digital landscape, diversity isn't just a checkbox. It's our catalyst for innovation. When women stand as creators, innovators, and leaders, we don't just break ceilings, we build bridges to a future where every voice matters and every perspective shapes our world. So I'd now like to conclude. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. It was definitely a pleasure sharing with you.
Hi, Miss, you can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, the Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training of the Bahamas. Madam, it's so nice to have you this afternoon and join our conference and influence all the girls that we are having. So I'm pleased to read your biodata. Madam Hannah Martin received her LLB degree with top honors and was awarded the Law Prize from the University of Buckingham in 1987. She is a member of the Inner Temple, an unincorporated membership association with exclusive right to call students to practice law at the Bar of England and Wales. She's a member of the Bar of England and Wales and the Bahamas Bar. She served as Minister of Transport and Aviation and presently serves as the Minister of Education in the Bahamas. Madam, it's a pleasure, and we look forward to your speech this afternoon and your feature speech.
Thank you so much. I believe it's an even greater pleasure for me, but thank you so much. And I want to thank you and your body for the opportunity to again participate in this symposium as we commemorate Girls in ICT Day in our Caribbean region, along with nations all over the world. In truth, this is more than a commemoration. It represents a continuing commitment to the development of policy and action, which prepares our young people and builds national capacity. This is strategic to the positioning of ourselves as globally competitive and relevant. In real terms, however, this pertains to securing and sustaining quality of life and dignity for our people and for an emerging generation. I think a convenient starting point for my presentation is to ask two questions. The first is, what is ICT? And secondly, why is there a necessity or desirability to concentrate specifically on girls? A question which is closely connected to the first. UNESCO defines ICT as, and I quote, a diverse set of technological tools and resources used to transmit, store, create, share, or exchange information. These technological tools and resources include computers, the internet, and that includes websites, blogs, and emails, live broadcasting, technologies, radio, television, and webcasting, recorded broadcasting technologies, podcasting, audio and video players and storage devices, and telephony, fixed or mobile, satellite, video conferencing, etc. So it's a very, very broad-based definition. Among the many fields covered by the information and communication technologies industry, ICT, are health IT, software, transportation and logistics technologies, GIS, mapping and telecommunications technology, digital content, mobile infrastructure, and transactions. So it's clear that ICT is virtually indispensable to modern living in our social and economic realities. The role of ICT in the field of education can be seen as twofold. First, ICT has a critical role in the delivery of education. And secondly, ICT as skill sets and training for careers of individuals. In a piece by Raju Kumar titled Convergence of ICT and Education, he points out, and I quote, when such technologies are used for educational purposes, namely to support and improve the learning of students and to develop learning environments, ICT can be considered as a subfield of educational technology. UNESCO advises, and I quote, we reaffirm that the most effective policy to integrate ICT in education is through whole school-based planning, teacher training, and professional development. We highlight that the challenge is not only to develop ICT competency standards for teachers and prepare teachers to integrate ICT in their pedagogy, but also to offer continuous support and to provide them with the incentives and the professional motivation to unlock ICT to enhance the quality of learning, To incentivize teachers, governments, and institutions are recommended to integrate the evaluation of the use of ICT by institutions and teachers into the systems and practices for monitoring the quality of learning. There is, therefore, a strong mandate for regional governments to allocate the necessary resources to invest in ICT technology and teacher training for the more effective delivery of education to our student populations. And that's my first submission. Secondly, the issue of skills training for careers. According to an article called Top 5 in Demand ICT Skills for Gen Z, Prepare for a Tech-Driven World, some of the careers that young people will be looking to are coding and programming, the language of machines, data analytics and big data, transforming information into insights, cybersecurity, protecting the digital realm, artificial intelligence and machine learning, the future of tech, cloud computing, accessible, sealable, and essential. That article also reminds that, and I quote, in addition to these technical skills, you should cultivate soft skills that are equally important in the ICT field. These include, and this is where it has a much more global impact, problem solving, critical thinking, adaptability, and effective communication. As the tech industry continues to evolve, the ability to learn and adapt to new technologies quickly will be a significant advantage. The second issue of focus is, why do we concentrate on girls? Because of the prevalent stereotypes and sometimes recurring cultural bias, special effort must be made to ensure that 1/2 of the human population is able to participate in a sphere that is predominant in economic and social activity and in which females are substantively underrepresented. And so this day, today, seeks to raise awareness and accentuate the need to promote technology career opportunities for girls and women in the world's fastest growing sector. The ITU estimates a skills shortfall of over 2 million jobs in the information and communication technology sector within the next 5 years. And as UNESCO observes, girls and young women who learn coding, apps development, and computer science will not only be well placed for a successful career in the ICT sector, but ICT skills are rapidly becoming a strong advantage for students in just about any other field they might choose to pursue. The same argument that it has much more broad-based application than in the ICT industry itself. Empowering girls to choose a career in ICTs is not just good for girls and their families. And this is the ITU again. It can be a major accelerator of socio-economic development at the national level. And that is by Brahima Sanu, the director of ITU's Telecommunications Development Bureau, which leads the Global Girls in ICT Day campaign. So supporting the education of women and girls in the ICTs is also in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 5, which is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls through, among other domains. So if I could just summarize, the ICT is critical for the delivery of education in the classroom and in the school system. It's also important as a skill set career, developing capacity for career opportunities. It's important for girls to be incentivized because we are underrepresented and because we come from a historical, patriarchal patterns which have sort of dictated the way in which many industries operate and how many women and men see women. And so I come now to the issue of the school curriculum. The education curriculum is therefore a critical catalyst from early learning to high school. The specific training of teachers is necessary, as I've said previously. In the Bahamas, and I just want to give you an overview of what we're doing in the Bahamas. This company called the Coding Bahamas Future, it's a Bahamian registered nonprofit organization. They have provided free computer science professional development courses to Bahamian public school teachers, and to date has graduated almost 120 teachers over 2 consecutive summer courses, which were held in 2022 and 2023. The classes provide Bahamian public school teachers with the skills and tools they need to promote computer literacy in their classrooms and schools. Computer teachers, with the exception of one I am told so far, at the primary level have been trained in coding programs. So all of our computer teachers at the primary school level, except one they say, have been trained in coding. This has fostered great collaboration between public and private schools. And we also have coding tech clubs in several of our primary schools, which I won't name because they may not mean much to many who are not from the Bahamas, but they are throughout our archipelago, and where primary school computer teachers have been trained in coding to transmit that knowledge to primary school students. The clubs also allow students to explore the latest trends in technology. Currently, we have 2 schools at the primary school level in New Providence, which are piloting the different artificial intelligence tools that are available. For example, robotics and gaming. Excuse me. It has been noted that in the primary school curriculum, females tend to demonstrate a higher interest and mastery of skills with AI tools, and that's very interesting. Students are provided with diverse skills and technology to begin giving them the exposure needed to determine their career choices in junior and senior high schools. Additionally, we are exploring apps that are used to enhance literacy skills. Students' verbal expressions are transcribed via sketches and written text. They are able to create via ebooks. And then they have the Lego coding. Schools have Lego kits that are employed to enhance programming skills and simultaneously address the literacy and numeracy skills. And a list of apps is being compiled to include in the new curriculum for the primary school computer program. At the high school level, we have a new curriculum for junior high school computer, which was launched in 2022. Scratch coding was introduced for a period of time. At one of our schools, senior high schools, journalism technology, where students are incorporating multimedia projects and digital content to commence broadcasting from the school. And the school is intending to become a media house. At another one of our senior high schools, it's a magnet program for IT. And so computer and web design are being offered there. And it's predominantly a male field, but girls are excelling. In the application software, Microsoft, from junior high to senior high, word processing, Excel, Pitman is a prominent exit competency in the junior school. 95% of our students leave with first-class passes in word processing and Excel, Pitman. And again, girls are in the top tier of the results. We have a coding magnet program at another one of our senior high schools, and they are preparing for coding certifications. And this we are finding is predominantly a male field. So it's an area that we have to bring a focus to for girls. In robotics at one of our senior high schools, the Python and Java, which is coding languages, are programmed to carry out repetitive tasks, and girls are excelling. In fact, the top student is a girl. More girls applied than males to be a part of the program. And the other innovation that we are bringing in is a Polytechnic Accreditation Hub. And this is underway, and we expect that to open in September of next year. And this is for secondary students, and it is a new center of technical excellence. It's envisaged to be an institute where high school seniors will be afforded opportunities to access professional credentials via a tiered approach to certifications, which they can earn independently, one at a time, or as a program combined to satisfy a professional certification or diploma pathway. It is envisaged that the Institute will serve as a branch of our Technical and Vocational Training Institute, providing supplementary offerings to the existing high school curriculum with the capacity to serve as a feeder pathway to both the Technical Institute and other tertiary technical training facilities or directly into the industry. Training at this polytechnic will afford technical CTE students exit certifications, which are industry recognized, strategically positioning them to make positive economic contributions to our nation and indeed the world. Additionally, it will assist with bridging learning gaps, which have exacerbated since the pandemic, and the learning loss recognized by our ministry. Finally, we will have an opportunity to reduce the number of work permits which are currently required for technical areas. And then I'm looking at the time, and I just want to say that the visual arts, we have a visual arts curriculum, which is allowing us to explore new forms of artistic expression, which includes digital art fundamentals, art and film, exploring digital art fundamentals. So as I wind down, this year's theme is for the celebration, for the Girls in ICT Day celebrations is leadership, to underscore the critical need for strong female role models in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics careers. And I want to take this opportunity to say that, just in summary, that certainly all of the indicators tell us that this is not something that we in the region should be lagging with or in, and that we should have a very strategic, intentional focus on ICT, both in the delivery of education and in the training of young people, so that they can participate in a vastly shifting economic model in terms of technology and the way in which technology, its sinews, touches everything. And we want our children to be literate in this technology, even if they don't go into a career of ICT, but they're able to navigate the world otherwise. And I want to take this opportunity. And so I just urge that we become very purposeful in what we do, and to lobby our governments to appreciate the crossroads of where we are in the global economy, and that as a reason, and in that lobbying, we in that causing to understand where we are, to lobby very effectively for the appropriate resources to do what needs to be done in classrooms for children in the Caribbean region, so that we are not left in some substandard stance in this new dispensation. I want to thank the leaders, and principals and administrators across the region, and of course in the Bahamas. And I want to thank you for your leadership in this field and in education and generally, but to say to you that in this particular process, your leadership, your advocacy is the most critical ingredient for the success. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin. It was absolutely delightful hearing you as a Minister of Education share with us the trust that the Bahamas has aggressively seemed to have engaged the educational environment, both for teachers and students, into this whole world of ICT. I was very charmed to hear about the success of the girls and how they are really taken to the ICT environment even more than the boys. So that gender equality that you are striving for, it's really a fillip to us in Trinidad and Tobago as well. to try and see how we can grasp that trust that you have, motivated us through your sharing this afternoon. So I hope that your message that speaks to all of us as educators, principals, administrators, will find a fertile ground for us to continue the trust with girls in ICT. Thank you, Madam Minister.
Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure and an honor to share with the architects of education around the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Priya, are we all set, or are you going to give me my cue? Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. And we are so grateful to have with us this afternoon Dr. Phaedra Mohammed, lecturer at the University of the West Indies, computer science lecturer at the University of the West Indies, focusing on artificial intelligence in education, co-lead Bright Star project addressing reading instruction gaps in the Caribbean. It's a move of seeing the entire, let me flatten this. Yes, in the Caribbean with intelligence, speech technology, and able tutoring. Co-chair of the IEEE Joint Computer and Communication Society of Trinidad and Tobago chapter, member of the IEEE Education Society, IEE Women in Engineering, ACM Society for Learning, Analytics Research, and International Artificial Intelligence in Education Society. Welcome, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. We look forward to your presentation on such an auspicious occasion. Girls in ICT, always a very empowering session for our young ladies and the boys who we associate with. And so important that we continue this drive, you know, in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of technology. So, looking forward to your presentation with us this evening, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Charlene, for that lovely introduction. All right, so I'm going to share my screen and hopefully my audio as well, because I have a small demo for you. And well, I'm not so sure how many people are joining us today, but I'm sure you may have gotten a lot of definitions about what is AI, what are different types of machine learning, computer vision, and whatnot. I'm going to go straight into a couple of case studies that will show you how these techniques are applied. And I've basically chosen some of the splashier projects that my MSc students have been working on over the past couple of years. And these span so many diverse areas that it illustrates exactly how powerful technology is. So the first example comes from computer vision, where one of my MSc students worked on hot pepper classification. So in the Caribbean, we tend to have a lot of peppers. We're known for our hot peppers. And generally, when it comes to marketability, there's preference for certain characteristics. We were approached by Cardi to produce a machine learning solution that would allow a computer to basically identify what is an example of a good fruit, a particular type of pepper. So this was done using specifically an image classification model. And Jason Mungle is a student who worked on this. And we basically said, well, we're going to focus on hot peppers because there are many different types. And within that, there are even more. So we said capsicum chinense. And then within that, there were even more. So we said, scorpion peppers, pimentos, 7-pot habanero. These are the ones we're going to focus on. So the goal was to be able to identify what type of pepper we're dealing with and classify it according to certain characteristics. Now, what you're seeing there is basically the setup that was used to capture many, many different images of the same pepper. The reason we had to do this was because every pepper, as they're rolling along a conveyor belt, the goal was to have some sort of arm sit above that and identify, well, we're dealing with a habanero, or we're dealing with a pimento, or we're dealing with a scorpion pepper. And what we did was, after we had all of these pictures taken, about over 4,000 different images, we had to now mark them up so the computer would know what color is this? Is it smooth? Is it a shape that's round or elongated? Is there any sort of on it? So depending on the combination of different types of characteristics, these peppers would now be identifiable. Now, the goal was just to be able to identify what we're dealing with. Scorpion, we started with that one to begin with. And we got about 98% accuracy with this one. It wasn't perfectly accurate for everything though. So just looking at this picture here, as a human, you may say, well, both of those peppers look the same. Now, if you're an expert in peppers, or you're a farmer, or you deal with these types of things on a daily basis, you would know that you're dealing with a scorpion pepper on the left and a 7-pot on the right. Now, at the end of this project, we basically were able to achieve a certain amount of accuracy, but it was not perfect because peppers tend to mutate depending on where they're grown. This is an example of what some of those peppers look like from one tree. So all of those are pimento, but you can see that the shapes are elongated, some are round, some have folds in them, some are bumpy, some are smooth. It was basically chaos. But what this is meant to show you is that you can now apply computer science knowledge to a specific area. In this case, it was agriculture. The second example I'm going to show you is within the realm of ballet. So this student, Lilin Maharaj, she wanted to build a particular system that can help dancers, essentially. And this was during the height of COVID. So she came to me and we said, all right, how can we meld ballet dancing with some of the computer science that we're doing? And her thesis focused on producing an intelligent tutor that would identify whether a dancer has good form. So she's been trained in ballet, and the system was able to identify 5 ballet positions. And this was done using plain old Euclidean geometry. So I know many students ask, well, why am I learning cosine? Why do I have to learn about tangents? What is all this algebra about? Well, this is a really good example of it. So what the system did was, using a camera, it took pictures of a particular dancer's position, and then using the angles of whether, body parts were tilted or not, it evaluated, well, lift your right shoulder or drop your hip or turn your knees out some more, depending on whatever ballet position it was trying to evaluate. This was done using, again, computer vision software, where a frame was superimposed on the dancer's image in real time. And then the student basically got feedback, well, you're doing great, or you need to drop your hip, or you need to tilt your knees out some more. This, again, was very successful. And something interesting that came out of this was that everything that Lulin knew about ballet was inadvertently sort of built into the system unconsciously. When we evaluated this with 3 different ballet experts or ballet teachers, one of them really coincided with what the system was able to evaluate, meaning that whatever the ballet teacher said was correct, the dance tutor system said it was correct as well. And we found out eventually that that particular teacher was trained under the same style as Lulin. So this is something that's very important in software. When you're building things, your unconscious traits or preferences or training tends to seep into that. So it's quite interesting to see that. Well, we found it was very interesting anyway. The other projects I want to talk about would be in natural language processing. So this is away from images, but more on the side of speech and text. And one project we're dealing with is the digitization of the Dictionary of English Creole. So Professor Lise Weiner out of McGill University spent decades compiling a really huge dictionary of all of the kinds of terms that we would have used, our vocabulary that's common in Trinidad. So we had over 900 pages of entries, and you're seeing one right there that's talking about a type of, I think it's a creature, some sort of creature, right? What we wanted to do with this was basically take that data in the dictionary, digitize it, and leverage it in such a way that we can now interpret and understand our unique vocabulary. So this was done by Devendra Ramai, another one of my students, and this uses a different technology called graphs. So you may have heard of something called neural networks or knowledge graphs. This is an example of one of those. And what we did with this was we basically took that graph and incorporated it in such a way that we could now say, well, if you're dealing, if somebody says, well, I'm going to Lyme, you're not basically going to have a fruit. You're going to hang out. You're going to have, a good time with someone. So that's an example of a verb. This graph allowed us to disambiguate when you're dealing with different terms that would have a different meaning. So a very, very common one is, for instance, the word chana, right? That could refer to a type of legume or chickpeas, or it can actually refer to a type of hairstyle where it's tightly coiled. That's a colloquial term. But the dictionary basically caught all of those things and we're trying to digitize it. Concretely, that graph is feeding into our another project that aims to produce text for children to be able to read. And what you're seeing there is a sample of the screen where basically we want to be able to produce paragraphs or passages for children to read using terms that they're familiar with, that they understand. This came out of, part of this project was done by another student, Simon, where he aimed to replace parts of the sentence with culturally relevant terms. So for instance, if we have, something like at the bottom there, a member gave a large hat to a large long-tongued bat. Now, that was not a very good example of something that's readable, but it showed that we were able to insert cultural terms from the dictionary in a grammatically correct way that still made sense in terms of, whatever the sentence was about. So here he basically weighed different terms for their fit within the sentences, within the particular structure. And then this was used to produce brand new content. The last thing I want to show you is a demo. So what we're working on currently is a bunch of synthetic speech products or voices that we're going to introduce into the tutor. So this is a demo that I have here. Where from the audience, if we may, take some samples of text, I will put this into here and you'll get to hear a synthetic Trinidadian accented male or female voice. So if I can probably have some help here, Charlene, with capturing some text from your audience, that might be useful here.
Okay. Or would you want me to
anything,
say something or read something, or
just give me a sentence and I will generate a voice that says whatever we're saying here.
Okay. Well, interestingly enough, I have here Long Walk to Freedom by Nelson Mandela. I was reading to my son.
Wow.
So let's see if I can get a short sentence. Okay. Okay. On the outskirts of the city, the traffic became denser. How is that?
All right. Hope I'm spelling things right, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Outskirts of the city, the traffic became
denser, D-E-N-S-E-R. Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is a model that we've been working on for a couple of years. Dr. Andre Coy out of Jamaica produced this latest version, and it's been trained on about maybe 24 hours of Trinidadian voices. So this is like a culmination of several female and male voices. Let's hear what it says. Hope it's going to be loud enough.
On the outskirts of the city, the traffic became denser.
Was that loud enough?
No, I didn't hear it too clearly.
On
Very
the
faint.
outskirts of the city, the traffic became denser.
Okay.
On the outskirts of the city, the traffic became denser.
Yes, that sounds uniquely Trinidadian. Yes.
Let's try the male. The male, we didn't have as much data because coincidentally, we just got a lot more female samples. But it sounds adequately enough. And some have been saying, well, it sounds like a typical Trinidadian teacher, but let's hear it.
On the outskirts of the city, the traffic became denser. On the outskirts of the city, the traffic became denser.
Yeah, so these are just some samples of the voices that we're going to be using to plug into the tutor to generate text dynamically. So when a child comes to read or practice and they want to hear how this sounds, they're not going to hear an American voice or a British voice. They're gonna hear how we sound. So this is just a small snapshot of the type of work that we're doing, and then students who are interested in computer science or IT can now find a foothold in.
That is, so what you've done with the research with the peppers, I mean, the amount of detail that you have, the amount of how specific you have to be in terms of content, how long does it take you to gather all of that data? How long does that take?
Well, the pictures, we had about 3 or 4 of us on the team, so it was not too bad in terms of sharing it up. But generally, that is the most labor-intensive part of any type of AI project that needs data. Fortunately for us, we have a lot of data out there that's just not accessible.
But you see the importance. So you've looked at a variation of how AI can be used with regards to agriculture.
Yeah.
And in terms of dance.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, what other range? How this is just, I mean, the spectrum is vast. It's broad. Does it, in terms of the concern for me, trustworthiness of the AI, you're seeing something now, and is it real? Is it fake? Anything can be computer generated.
Yeah, so this is why I put the presentation in this format, to show the audience the range, how widely this particular technology can seep into the different things that we do. And there's a real need for caution in terms of what we put out there, right? So that voice that I demonstrated, we just did that with 24 hours of samples. If you actually think about how long a teacher speaks for an entire term, you're going to have more than that.
Yes.
Right? So all these, and I don't want to, sound too scare people, but, all those voice clips that you send on WhatsApp and, all of that is data that's stored somewhere. So fortunately, everything that's generated by a machine leaves a fingerprint or a silhouette, and we are able to detect what is fake, meaning what's synthetic versus what's real. There's always a trace there. So yes, it is cause for caution, but we can rest with a fair amount of ease in that there are safeguards out there still. It's just that we need to be aware of them.
Great. So in terms of for students, for young ladies who are interested in pursuing this field, what would you advise? How long have you been involved in this field, and what would you, say are some of the benefits?
Not sure if I should reveal that
Yes,
figure. We'll just go with decades. So if you want to get into this field, I would say the first thing is to figure out what you like. So Lillian came to me with the ballet. Devendra came to me with the language. Simon came to me more with the AI models type of thing. He didn't really care where it was applied. He just wanted to use this. So I would say start with something that you like, and then look at how technology is being used to improve that particular area. So if you're interested in fashion, there's so much being done now with augmented reality, where you can pretty much kind of simulate what something would look like. If you're interested more on the engineering side of things, there's a huge amount of work being done in smart technologies right now, particularly in terms of textures, what you can feel on the surface of a phone. So right now it's smooth, right? Glass is smooth, but work is being done for you to be able to feel textures on it.
Oh.
right?
That's
So
like when you go
it's
to the
like
amusement parks and you have the experience with the 4D and the
all of those things. So
all
like
of
you
those
feel
things.
the texture of cloth on a website. So really, I would say start with what you like, and then be aware that yes, this requires a fair amount of mathematics, and mathematics is scary largely because of how it is presented, right? Once you understand what the symbols mean and what all of the notation is about, it becomes second nature. And then the other thing I would say if you want to get into this is start getting a hands-on approach. Start typing, start touching the code, start trying out things, and don't be afraid to break
Immerse yourself, just immerse yourself and not afraid to make the mistakes.
and persist. A lot of this stuff, it takes time. It's not something you could go on YouTube and say, yeah, I know how this works, and then sit down and yeah, I'm done. It takes time. So you have to actually wait for the learning to happen. I think that's the hardest part for this generation now.
In terms of attention span?
No, in terms of waiting to learn, waiting for it to
And
sink.
they wanted results now. They
Just
want.
go. Yeah, they just want to go. But yeah, it's really a nice space now because we have so many tools on the net. We have so much resources, a lot of free ones as well. So yeah, I think it's a great time for anyone really to pick up in this area.
Can you think of any free resources that you can probably drop hints?
Sure.
So maybe any of our the students who are here may have that interest and they can, check it out.
So, well, I'm not too sure where my chat went. This is the thing with all these Zoom rooms. So that's Coursera. That is a free, there are a lot of free courses available out on Coursera where you can audit or try out certain courses. You don't have to pay for it. Only if you want a certificate or only if you wanted to count towards something in terms of certification, then you would pay for those things. So Coursera.org, I'll put that into the chat. That's one of my favorite ones to go to. In terms of just getting any foothold on academic side of things. The other side, the other one I would put is Udemy, where this one is much more developer based. So like if you're not too much concerned about the theory and the academic side of things, but you just want to learn the tech, you want to really get a touch for what's used in the industry, I think Udemy is a very good source for that. Again, a lot of them are free. So you can try those two out for now.
All right. Well, yeah, that'll be enough for at least for them to, get their feet wet on. So
yeah,
this is where it's at. And we all need to be aware and we all need to not be afraid to test it out because it is, it's here. It is here. And it's so great to see, Dr. Mohammed, that, how much you have inspired, how much you just have a knack for this. This is just what you. Yes. And you, in terms of you say in terms of your master's students.
Yes.
How large are your classes? How many students you have?
So masters, the master's students tend to come annually, depending on where they are in their programs. And at any point in time, I may have between 5 to 7 master's students working with me on different things. So usually these students come and work with me for a year for their project. So it's a year-long project. Sometimes it goes beyond that because life.
Life happens.
Life. So
unscripted.
So yeah, these tend to be master's level projects, but we do have undergraduate level projects. And again, I couldn't showcase that for time, but they would just have a smaller scale type of thing. And then they do that in about 3-4 months.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed, for sharing your knowledge with us. I'm sure those who are tuned in, you have, took the interest. We've given some food for thought. And that's what we are interested in here. It's the importance of the awareness and showing that the possibility exists. And, never know what field one may, gravitate towards. And we do look forward to you wanted to say something?
So I just remember that in July, that's in just a couple months, we're having an innovation in data science boot camp. So every year we have a boot camp out of the Department of Computing and IT. And this year we're partnering with WIDS, Women in Data Science, the Trinidad and Tobago chapter. So they will be running most of this content, but we are supporting them. So this is open to secondary school students, forms 4, 5, and 6. It's online 100%. So no matter where you are in the world, you can attend this. This is of course at a cost because you're going to get a certificate. You're going to get access to alumni. You're going to get access to tools, career guidance, mentorship. It's a really packed program. And you're basically going to learn hands-on for this particular data science topic, how to get in there. So yeah, I put the link into the chat if anybody's interested in that. Please feel free to check it out.
Great. So that is STAUWIEDU FST.
That's right.
/DCIT bootcamp. I am sure it's going to be students are going to benefit from it, and we need students to be involved in these very, very,
Oh yeah, this is something I tell every single student cohort that I have access to, that we need to get your input because the knowledge and the perspective that you bring is going to be unique and it enriches the entire space.
Experience as well. Things that you may not have thought of in the perspective. Exactly. And it lends to the conversation.
Exactly. That's why so many tools tend to break or they tend to not work well because of that lack of range.
Okay.
But thanks for having me.
Thank you for taking your time to be with us this evening.
You're welcome.
All right. And we look forward to your continued support and all the best.
Always.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Good afternoon. It is a delight to have Mr. Stephan Jagmohan as our guest speaker right now. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Business Toolkit. Entrepreneur, philanthropist, and innovator from Trinidad and Tobago. He founded 141 foundations dedicated to supporting houseless and underprivileged children and people. He graduated with honors from Barry University in 2020 with a Bachelor of Science in Administration and founded the Business Toolkit, aiding over 5,100 businesses with comprehensive business and strategies. Continuously expanding his impact through ventures like the Printing Toolkit and the Branding Toolkit, he continues to champion community growth and development. A philanthropist, a business entrepreneur, it's a pleasure to have Mr. Stephan Jagmohan address us this evening. Welcome, Stephan.
Thank you so much, Hamida, for the kind introduction. I appreciate it. Super excited to be here today.
Right. Ready?
Awesome. Yeah, let's do it, Hamida. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I understand that this is an interview, right, Hamida? So, we could dive into the questions. I'd love to share more about my experience with the Business Toolkit, starting from the humble beginnings, going to school, being able to scale this company as we are today.
Right. So, Stefan, one of the things that, this whole symposium on ICT and girls, we had a wonderful chat with the Minister of the Bahamas, Education Minister of the Bahamas, where she talked about their drive and the trust, and found that the girls were particularly, attracted to the robotics and the ICT and the artificial intelligence. And, it speaks to, trying to get that in our schools and our teacher training and pushing that ICT environment, from to allow, as she says, skills, careers, just being able to participate in a world that is, going to be so much more ICT. So what's your take on it as a business person and one of the things as a philanthropist and developing communities and looking at ICT in underprivileged areas and hotspot communities and so on. What's going on there with you?
No, absolutely. I'm a bit jealous because growing up as a boy, I didn't have this to my this as a luxury to me. And I think it is an amazing initiative. Not only that, I just see a lot of inspiration, a lot of vision, amazing people like yourself, amazing people in the technology aspect that could really be able to transform the way young individuals think, the way that they thrive, adapt, struggles. I think me personally, in my development, growing up as a young man, I think my entrepreneurship was a bit struggled because of the lack of exposure to programs like these. So I think it's an amazing initiative. I'm new to it currently, and I only plan to get more involved day by day. And as each year you guys do the events, I want to be able to pour in as much as I could.
So when you were studying and so on at Presentation College, all boys school, you had Naparima Girls in San Fernando. What is your view about the gender equality with our girls in Trinidad and Tobago and the ICT thrust? What would you look at, as our status here?
Absolutely. So, when I was in presentation, gender equality, definitely a very important topic. And to this day, as of currently, it is even more important. As I went to an all-male school, definitely the equality educated in schools presentation was very equal in being able to educate as young men the importance of it. And even to this day, I'm pretty confident with the administration under Mr. Dexter. I'm pretty sure that gender equality is something that he strives to maximize, implement, and execute for the betterment for everyone, especially for young individuals as well. But I think in a scale of 0 to 10, we're looking at an 11 in terms of the importance of gender equality. And I think ICT is actually a big, proud, prominent provider in terms of maximizing it as well.
Because one of the things we talk about is the careers, the stereotyping of girls, and we want to sort of move girls into that whole area of equality. It interested me that in 2020 you started your company because with the branding and so on. Tell us more about your work with branding and the companies and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I started, I'll be honest, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I did my degree in finance, and somehow I ended up bootstrapping a graphic design company while in school. Had no idea what I was doing, but the big thing behind it was that I had a perspective. And that perspective was that I wanted to do more while in school without any major risk factors like employees, liabilities, potentially getting sued, being able to not devote a lot of time while being in school and keeping to be balanced to get to graduate with honors. So a big part of it was that branding and transforming companies digitally, that was the idea that I went with. But back then, it wasn't that valuable. Back then, a lot of people didn't see the necessities of branding, graphic design, digital marketing, because this was pre-COVID. So pre-COVID, that's where I started. And I'll be honest, through COVID and beyond is when it became mandatory. Every single company needed the digital footprint. And not only the business toolkit company that I started with $50 and a pack of yellow M&Ms, that was my bootstrap fund. Not only that, we were prepared for the demand post-COVID, but we were so well equipped in order to scale between 2020 and 2024 today.
Okay. And well, it begs the question, any branding going on with girls in ICT? in terms of, you know, your toolkits that you're developing?
Good question. And you know, that is actually something in our corporate policy we want to implement, especially as you mentioned, gender equality before, is to see that how much value we could provide, especially to this initiative, but not only that, see how we can make it sustainable. We know with our expertise for us to be able to use our human resources for girls, and especially for it to be relatable, understandable, and being able to just like a master class, but for sure, being backed with gender equality. That is so important to me.
Right. Yeah. And what are sort of things you're developing? I saw you had the business, the branding, the printing, and you're working on the branding as well. What's kind of the vision you have for the next, you know, to move off from that?
I love that question.
And not only that too, Stefan, anything to deal with schools in terms of your own vision plan?
Absolutely. Great questions. I love this. So we have this thing called in our company, BHAG, and it's called the Big, Hairy, Audacious Goal. And our goal is by 2030, we want to create 1 million brands. We have no doubt we're going to achieve that. The reason why, no one believed I could create one brand. And I did that in North Miami. It was my first customer, and it was a pizza shop. To that lady, thank you, because that's where I am today. And in terms of like branding, yes, the business toolkit focuses on that. We launched our newest venture, which is called the Printing Toolkit, to have a twofold advantage to every business owner that trusts us. Meaning we design whatever you need, and we're able to print whatever you need. But then after that, we also launched the Branding Toolkit for high-value clients, because there's a lot more time we want to spend, value that we want to provide for our customers. And with under a group of companies, these three companies, it's basically our business module for our future.
Okay, great. Okay, tell us a bit of your philanthropic work with the underprivileged and the homeless.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I mean, you said houseless, but I'm saying homeless. But is there a difference between homeless versus houseless?
I would say, in my experience with philanthropy, both are definitely two things that are created. Before I had a for-profit business, I started a nonprofit called One for One Foundations, and it's one smile for one person. So, you know, it started as very simple, humble beginnings, just like my company, where I would just go to the San Fernando Promenade and share pizza, play cards, have fun, get to know people. Over a period of time, we were able to build relationships with volunteers, young people wanting to come out and actually be able to give back to society, but they thought it was cool. And that's what we kind of build up. Like, hey, come to the promenade, let's give out some food, do something philanthropic, giving back and being able to get to know the simple things in life, but yet the most important things in life. And for years upon years, we went from a homeless foundation to underprivileged kids. We even started initiative for animals and a kids foundation as well. 4 foundations.
Oh my goodness, yes. You're dynamic, definitely, yeah. So yeah, so this is one of the things I loved about RSC as a person who when they visited my school, you know, Raj came with the idea of setting up the computer camps and so on, so that children could learn how to repair and so on, you know. And being in a community where you need that kind of support for students, because resources are, you know, limited. You have skill sets that are, you know, needing to be upgraded and so on. Teachers a little bit shy with ICT. You know, it's quite a world that we have to have people like you in it to help us move forward. So for that, I want to say, what work are you doing in Trinidad at the moment?
That's a great question.
Or the Caribbean on the whole, maybe as you expand out to include the Caribbean.
Amazing question, because actually that's been on my heart as of this year. The truth is, you know, I've put so much efforts into the philanthropy with the One for One Foundations from the beginning. My goal was to spread Caribbean wide. However, having to go to college, start a new company, branch it and scale it into 3 companies, it was a lot of time and attention. And I'm actually a firm believer that I never test the depths of the ocean with both feet if I can't swim. Right. And I had to pull out from the philanthropy and scaling that because I had to devote all my time and attention to the things that I really wanted to achieve. But I'm not for squandering profits or also my potential. I do want to go back into philanthropy, especially in Trinidad, more in depth, especially tech-based philanthropy, because that's my background. And hopefully I could be able to test the depths of the ocean with both feet and swim throughout the Caribbean. But it's been on my heart as of this year that I do want to continue giving back, but more aggressively in terms of my time. And it's finally a point in my business life cycle where I could actually devote the time towards those initiatives.
Okay, great. And of course, as I was mentioning to you, what can we look to you for doing branding for our schools and our education system in Trinidad? What would you suggest
Absolutely.
that our approach be?
What I would say, just me thinking fundamentally from a branding standpoint, is any brand dealing with someone young, it should inspire. And meaning that it should be proud to actually be able to have it anywhere, be able to advertise it anywhere on social media, and not only that, be proud to be a part of it. So that brand should translate the purpose, the passion, the prestige, and the perspective that the organization wants to represent. I'm confident if I come in, I can make that happen, most definitely, because I want every young individual that's a part of this amazing organization to be proud of the branding materials that you guys produce.
Right. Yeah. So this is really something that caught my attention, that concept of branding, because it's something that it was something that I kind of resonated, that my school needed that kind of brand. And I had good people around me, especially stakeholders, who came in and said, we need to let Success Laventille have a greater brand on our national scale. So, Stefan, it was really a pleasure sharing this evening with you and hearing all that young energy and dynamism being shared with us this afternoon. So with that, I want to thank you very, very, very much for being here with us and, putting that bit of inspiration to young people and girls that they can do it. They put their 2 feet in it and just get on with it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Everyone watching, thank you so much as well. But I would say stick to whatever is in your mind, follow through with it, hit that home run, and keep smiling. Thank you.
And give Stella a cuddle from all of us.
I will. My chief cuddles officer, I will. Thank you so much.
Chief cuddles officer. Thank you very much, Stefan.
All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And we continue with a very, very great day as we continue with our speakers who have come out today to share their time with us as we celebrate Girls in ICT. I am pleased to introduce Mr. Jose Otero, VP Caribbean and Latin America, 5G America. He is driving ICT use for economic and social development, author of over 100 research projects on telecommunication industry and public. 1 minute. And public policy issues. He has collaborated with organizations like the White House, ITU, and the World Bank on ICT-related projects, contributed to global initiatives such as the Global Knowledge Index and CITEL's COVID-19 Working Group. Academic background in policy, economics, law, technology, social innovation from various prestigious universities. Welcome, Mr. Otero. We are really, really happy that you are here with us today. And we look forward to your presentation. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Charlene. First, I'd like to thank the organizer for having the kind gesture of inviting me here today to share a few things about my experience in the tech sector. I'm extremely happy that I'm talking to people in the Caribbean. I'm from the Caribbean myself, born and raised in Puerto Rico for 20 years before I moved to other countries. The idea today is let's start talking about AI because there's so much information in the news when it comes to AI, but we really don't know what it is. And it's just there's this illusion that AI is something completely new, completely different, and extremely challenging. And it is not. I can tell you that each one of you have been using AI since the day that you were born. And if you have a cell phone, you are being using different type of AI. Are you browsing for music and it start giving you some choices that you might like? That's predictive AI. Are you buying things on the web? There's also predictive AI, but there's also analytics going in there as well. There's machine learning that you can find. And of course, there's ChatGPT, which is the one that everybody is talking about today. But what is really AI? And it's something that is being going on for over 3 decades. So it's not new. It's older than most of you. It's just computer systems that are trying to equal human behavior. In terms of human behavior, is we're talking more about the cognitive, is how we think, how we can imitate the intelligence of human behavior, so we can translate that into action. And some of the basic example that we have in terms of artificial intelligence as Alexa, Siri, ChatGPT, Grammarly, etc. So there are three main type of AI. Everybody, when you start talking about AI, they always think about that super intelligence AI, basically the Terminator coming and killing everybody else. And that's the one we're not there yet. So, but there's other different type of AI. Is the narrow intelligence, which is basically the artificial intelligence that is not as smart as people. That's where we are right now. Then we have the general intelligence where AI become as intelligent as people. And then that the super intelligence AI is that when the computer system surpass our intelligence. And that's where that is basically called the singularity point. How do we know when we go from narrow intelligence to general intelligence? Well, this brilliant guy, Alan Turing, set up a Turing test. Well, the Turing test, it basically says that, well, we are going to have a person asking questions to a human being and a computer. And when that person cannot distinguish the response from the human being from that of the computer, that's when we know that the computer systems have passed the Turing test and we went from the narrow AI to the general AI system. So how do we see AI in real life nowadays, especially if you're looking to study STEM career, you're looking for science, you're looking for math, technical career. We have seen AI besides in your cell phone, besides in all those applications like Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, Disney, anything that you're being using. We see it in robots, those self-driving cars, smart assistant, management that you said, those if those even IVR when you call and it's so annoying that you have a robot answering you on the phone, that's some sort of AI system as well. So they are everywhere and they're just going to keep increasing. The good thing is that now when you're going into school, when you're going to the university, these are creating so many new opportunities in terms of careers that are related to technology. Because for AI, it's like we are going to start needing more precision and accuracy. We are going to use it for space exploration. And of course, every single thing that is related to the economy of our countries, from tourism to mining, to oil, to agriculture, etc. Everything is going to be one way or another related to AI. And what is that? Because we are putting devices that are collecting information, and that information, since we are collecting so much about it, especially if you have heard about 5G, Internet of Things, the digital transformation, all that information that is collected, all that data is going to be processed and provide answers to you through AI. Of course, there are challenges. Well, you need computer power. So electricity is key, especially in some Caribbean countries where we don't have the most reliable electric grid. So that's a challenge that we have. Human capital is a very important issue that we need to address, and that's why we need more girls and boys studying careers. Why? Because we need more people graduating from universities that are fully aware of this AI system, that can develop them even more and can start taking them and tailor them in a way that can provide answers to local problems of the Caribbean. Because what we face here in the Caribbean, especially when we have hurricanes, when we may have earthquakes or other problems, are not the same problem that we are going to get in the US, Midwest, or Europe. So we need local responses to local challenges using technologies such as AI. And of course, there's also the problems in terms of what are the telecom networks that are going to be supporting all these AI systems. And of course, there's always those people, those negative guys or and girls that are going to say, it's not important. It doesn't have the human touch. It might never surpass the human intelligence. It's only going to create unemployment. It's too expensive. It could create the collapse of humankind. And these are half truth. It's like of every time that we get a new revolution, technology revolution, there's going to be some unemployment created, but also you are going to see a lot of new opportunities of career that we don't even know their names right now, but they are going to be eventually created. I can tell you that the uh, some of the mobile application developers, that wasn't a career of 25 years ago, because there was nothing that was able to support all those mobile applications or those gaming that you're using right now. So there are going to be a lot of new opportunities from there. And then there's all the people that are really, really waiting for AI to happen because it's going to solve all the problems known to the human race. That's not going to happen either. Or it's going to be creating new opportunities of interaction with machines. Eventually, it might allow us to see cyborgs or superhumans with AI, like how that series on TV Halo, that we see that the AI system make them these soldiers like human superhuman. That is kind of a little bit farther away in the future. Or maybe we are like in the movie Wall-E, that we don't need to work anymore and all the machines do. They do everything and we just relax and start enjoying life. But there's other things that are happening right now that are using AI without us knowing it. For example, the smart city. What is a smart city? It's like when you take a city and you start digitalizing all the processes to make it more efficient. Instead of going into a building and start waiting in line for several hours to get a license, get a permit, or pay a ticket, pay taxes, etc. You can do that remotely online through verification processes, cybersecurity processes to ensure that there's no fraud and your identity doesn't get stolen. But it's just incorporating all those digital capabilities into the government services so they are done more efficiently, lower cost, and they are become more reliable. And they're easy to access and save time to all those citizens. Well, most of this processes that are already ongoing in many of the Caribbean countries are supported by some sort of AI system. So AI is not something that we are going to be expecting. It's already here. And then, of course, what we are trying to do is to make, if we already have that smart city, we need the smart citizen. And what is a smart citizen? It's the one that is conscious about all the possibilities that technology can provide to you to improve your life and make it easier and more enjoyable. What do you need? Well, technology to help in your education, technology to help in your health, technology to help in the workplace, and of course, a lot of connectivity to ensure that all segments of societies are able to access the internet and are able to access the same application that are going to be helping you. So you need to be conscious of what technology can do to you. in terms of your life, how you can save time, how you can save money, how you can create opportunities for education and later on for finding new jobs or creating new employment or even launching your own company as an entrepreneur. That is the smart citizen. And of course, all that smart cities, see, some of the territories in the Caribbean, some of the islands are so small, and we don't even talk about smart city anymore, and we start talking about smart island, which is let's get everything that it can be digitalized to make it cheaper, to make it more accessible to the whole population in terms of health, education, farming, tourism, agriculture, digital financial services, fishing, emer- disaster recovery and disaster warning and response. That is what we're looking into with all the combination of AI and your basic telecom network with 4G, 5G, and eventually 6G. And if you want to look on how those small islands are becoming a reality in the Caribbean, there's a video that I'm going to be sharing with you with this presentation where you can see the program and the project that is already been in place for almost 10 years now in Curacao. And I leave you with my email address. If you have any questions, you can always write to me and at adjunctinstructor.nyu. And what I just showed you today is what this exactly the same slide that I showed my students at the University of New York in one of my classes. Thank you very much, and I hope you always consider technology as a career part in the future, because regardless of what you want to study, technology is going to be key part of it, directly or indirectly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otero. Very thought-provoking. Somewhat, a little scary at times when you consider it. AI to replace, AI to enhance our lives, AI to eradicate the human race. Not possible. Not possible, is it? We are not in. Is there any area at all that AI cannot, in fact, any threat at all? Is there any particular area?
That's the misconception of AI that we see from movies. No, we are not there. It's like AI is already been here for over 3 decades. We are using it right now. Right now, if you are connected through Zoom to listen to me speak to you from Mexico, there are some AI systems that are helping you have a very good resolution and get access to all the services that Zoom provides to you. So it's here. Forget about all those scary movies. Forget about a robot coming back after you. It's not like that. We need to start thinking about AI. Okay, how are we going to be using AI to be more productive? Can I incorporate AI into the university, into government, to improve the well-being, reduce poverty, and increase connectivity in the Caribbean?
Particularly like in terms of the local responses to our local challenges in the region. I think that is the area in which we really need to focus as a region, and encourage individuals, students to get involved, to see the possibility of them being involved and making those decisions, being part of that decision-making process. How do you encourage students who may be thinking of this, studying? Yeah, what would you say are some of the benefits for them? How do you want to encourage them to consider it highly?
Well, as I mentioned before, any career in the coming decades will be related with the AI one way or another. You could be, if you go to science and start studying AI, you can start defining what is the data, because at the end of the day, AI is going to be as good as the data you put into it. Unfortunately, most of the data that has been inputted into AI system is data that is related to North America or Europe. If we want AI system to work for the Caribbean, we need to collect data that reflect the Caribbean. and that can relate to the problem that we see day to day to the Caribbean. Did you know that, for example, when they're like deploying a telecommunications network to make it more efficient and to improve the signal that you get, they're using AI to determine where they can locate it? Well, to do that in London is very easy because they have the data. But if we want to do that in Bridgetown, or if you want to do that in Paramaribo or anywhere else, we might not have the exact data on a street by street basis. So there's a lot of work that we still need to do. And that is something that we are going to be able to accomplish only if there's people interested in technology that are collaborating with university, because the universities are a key component of this future AI ecosystem, but governments and private companies as well. In the Caribbean, we already have ministries of digital transformation because we understand the importance of technology to improve our life. But remember, there's ministries of artificial intelligence already have been created, because we know that at the end of the day, everything is going to go through AI systems to make our life easier.
Thank you. It's unavoidable. And as you said, governments need to, in terms of strategies, in terms of planning, long-term plans, it has to be incorporated. And we are seeing they recognize the importance of this. And for the well-being of our development as a region, I trust that, what you have said today, something that is going to inspire those who are looking and, give them that, perhaps pique their interest in getting more involved. So thank you for the information shared today. Very thought-provoking, very much so, and grateful for your presence here today. And I do, thank you again on behalf of RSC and our girls in ICT. Thank you so much. All right. Good. Afternoon. It is my pleasure to do the introduction for a video that is going to be played on behalf of Mrs. Cynthia Redup Downs. I would just read a short introduction and then we switch to the video that Ms. has presented. Ms. Cynthia Redup Brown, Chief Executive Officer, Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Chartered Accountant with a BSc in Industrial Management and certification in Systems Analysis and Design. It's facilitated the development of ICTs in Trinidad and Tobago since 2004. Represents Trinidad and Tobago as Vice Chair at the ITU Regional Group for Latin America and the Caribbean. And she's a member of the ITU Focus Group on Digital Financial Services. We will have a presentation courtesy Ms. Redup Brown, Ms. Redup Downs. I will ask RSC to please start the video. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Cynthia Redup Downs, Chief Executive Officer of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT. And it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all as we celebrate International Girls in ICT Day, which seeks to encourage girls and young women to consider studies and careers in information and communication technologies, ICT. As the regulator for the telecommunications and broadcasting sectors in Trinidad and Tobago, TAT is committed to bringing high-quality services at an affordable cost, knowledge resources, and digital skills to the citizens and residents of Trinidad and Tobago. We are proud to partner with such esteemed organizations as the GSME, Verizon, Restore Sense of ICANN, Canto, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and Tobago Information Technology Limited, TITL, along with the local internet service providers, TST and Flow, in hosting the Tech for Girls Empowering Leadership through AI. This collaborative vision has yielded a digital workbook that allows our participants to discover more about artificial intelligence, AI, technologies, and how to use AI tools effectively to advance leadership development. Today, I want to talk to you about the narratives surrounding leadership and ask you to ponder the question, what does leadership look like to you? Let us reflect on leading beyond labels. True leadership transcends gender, race, and background. It's about vision, courage, and the ability to inspire others towards a shared purposes. It is about creating space for diverse voices and perspectives to come together and build high-quality organizations and other institutions. According to the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, although women currently hold 40% of highly skilled jobs worldwide, they are still underrepresented in the ICT sector. It should come as no surprise that there are still relatively few women CEOs, just about 5.4% of CEOs worldwide. The World Economic Forum stated that in 2022, women make up only 15% of CEOs in America's Fortune 500 corporations. This data represents a missed opportunity, not just for women, but for the society. Research has shown that diverse leadership teams yield better outcomes, driving innovation, creativity, and profitability. By elevating women into leadership positions, we unlock untapped potential and pave the way for a more inclusive and equitable future. We need to embrace the unique identities we each bring to the table as Caribbean women, mothers, wives, and daughters, and professionals navigating the complexities of today's digital age. It is these very experiences that will shape our approach to leadership and influence the way we lead and can lead. So let's lean into our authentic selves, embracing our identities, strengths, and vulnerabilities. Let's acknowledge that leadership is not confined to a single mold, but is as diverse and multifaceted as we are. the threads of our diverse backgrounds, the complexities of our lives, and the richness of our experiences are interwoven into our role as leaders. Together, let's celebrate the strength, resilience, and adaptability of women in leadership roles, highlighting our ability to navigate challenges with grace and determination, leaning into who we truly are and bringing all aspects of ourselves to the table. Maya Angelou said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." Today I say to you, let's continue to push boundaries, rewrite the narrative, and pave the way for a future where leadership is not defined by gender, but by the impact we make on the world around us. TAT and the supporting partners that facilitated the Spec for Girls, Empowering Leadership Through AI. This workshop and this digital workbook commend you all for embarking on this leadership journey and enhancing your digital skills on the latest text AI tools, text-to-image AI tools, and voice and video AI tools. We encourage you to continue your leadership and digital skills journey and look forward to seeing you participate in our various training and educational opportunities. We encourage you to like and follow TAT and our partners on social media so that you can see our other upcoming events and workshops that may be of interest to you. Together, let's create a future where leadership reflects the full spectrum of human experience, where every voice is heard, and where we can all reach our full potential. Thank you.
And with that, we thank Ms. Weda Downs for the presentation as we bring an end to this very, very dynamic day of Girls in ICT. We want to thank all our presenters who took the time to be with us here. Again, this is the 8th installment of Girls in ICT. RSC doing an amazing job, continuing to ensure that ICT is growing. Its individuals are the awareness, their drive, the importance is unmeasurable. And I know the target today was in fact surpassed by midday, I believe, at 1 o'clock. Over 500,000 individuals who would have linked in, and again, continuing to surpass the records that have been set. Amazing job. It was, in fact, a great day.
Indeed, Charlene. That it was a very, very good day. Excellent for 500,000 viewers all across the Caribbean. You said 500.
I said 50,000.
I was amazed. I was like, wow. Oh, 50,000 viewers. That is amazing. Yeah. And it's across the Caribbean. And we had presenters from all over, including the US, presenting. And we are very grateful for all these persons who are coming on board, seeing the value of what RSC is doing, presenting the girls in ICT and boys who support them. 8 years running straight. So we are just very grateful that everyone has joined us, and we hope that you will be looking forward and attending. It's every year, the fourth Thursday.
Fourth Thursday in April.
Fourth Thursday in every April. So just put it on your calendar for next year, because it will be the 9th installation of Girls in ICT and Boys Who Support Them. Well done.
And as always, APS, the Association of Principals, Public Secondary Schools, always thrilled to be part of this venture, as well as Caribbean Association of Public Secondary Schools, partnering with RSE in such an important venture, and continue to grow from strength to strength. It was great to see some of our present and past representative of APS coming forward to be part of this.
And CAPS.
And CAPS as well.
Past president of CAPS was there as well, presenting
Great.
today.
Excellent. So, Ms.
moderating.
Ash, it was great having you on board.
Thank you for having me.
And thanks to the tech team, those who are in the background, ensuring that
Yes.
everything ran so smoothly.
Yes.
Quietly working very hard for many, many long hours. Yes.
Yes.
So the
with
unsung
that,
heroes in the back.
and we look forward, I believe, this evening as well. There's going to be, although this is the end for this room, this evening, there's also another session that is, I believe, we're told that you don't want to miss Roger Chung, who will be presenting. And I suppose on the site, the information and the link for that presentation for 7 o'clock will be available, and we look forward to that. So it's a full day.
Promises to be exciting this evening.
Well, I hope we see more girls in ICT after this.
Definitely.
Here,
So all the
thank you
best,
to
everyone.
RSE.
Okay, lovely being with everybody today. See ya. See you in
All
Tobago,
right.
Cindy.